You might want to. I don't think you talk to your sister very often. I feel like your mom.
Nope.
Will you fix that? What?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, you guys, you're at the same time, you're both too different to get along and too similar to get along. However, if we reframe that, we could say you're similar so you understand each other, but you're different enough to make it interesting. I would start reaching out to people. Are your brothers here on the other side?
Here.
Okay, good, because I got all nervous. Yeah, that's what I thought. One of them lives in the Hudson Valley. It feels like New York. No, they're good.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi. How are you? How is everybody? I hope that you're okay and that you're doing well. I know that there's been so many terrible fires and, so many difficulties, but we're all thinking of you here in the UK, in London. So I'm reaching out to you here today, and I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm a natural psychic medium. I've been reading for people, it seems to be decades and decades and decades, and lots and lots of you over in the USA, over the pond as we call it, and here in the UK and across the world as well. So I'm naturally able to have a look into your life to see what's going on right now and to really look into depth into your love life perhaps, or what's happening romantically, also your family. How are you faring? How is everybody? How are you getting along with everybody? Is there somebody coming back into your life? And that's something else that we really do want to know about, don't we? So, there's all these very important questions that we need to answer. Now, I use my cards mainly, but just natural clairvoyance and connecting through to spirit. Those loved ones that we miss every day, those loved ones that have passed into spirit, that's who we're wanting to connect to. And you can see all the hearts that are around me, my jumper as well, you can see them here. We've got gold hearts for those that we miss, those loved ones that have passed over, and also pink hearts, lots of pink hearts here for those loved ones that we want to connect to, perhaps reconnect to, perhaps get back with, or just really enhance our existing relationship so that we're looking at how we can embrace some love in our life. So that's really important. Now, to do that, need to connect to you. So you can do that by calling into the show. I'll be having a couple of callers very shortly. And you can get a personal private reading with me. And that's by going to my website, and that's gracedestiny.com. I am, in fact, doing a lady straight after the show here today, who is from California. So fingers crossed that everything's okay with her. And you can always get an email reading. They're fabulous. Lots of people have those. They really like them. It's a private record, really, of everything that is happening in your life. And again, you can get those on my psychic readings page, which is on my website. All the details are there, gracedestiny.com. Just go there, you'll find me. Now, let me see if I can take a card for all of you. That's what I want to do here today, to make sure that, we've got this one here. It's crossing over troubled waters. So it's really all about making sure that we're helping everybody to cross over troubled times, and we've certainly got those around us, haven't we? And all the water here, so the seafront and the sea being particularly relevant, I think, for everybody. So we're crossing over, we're helping, reaching out to everyone who really does need to have a little bit of help and some security around their lives right now. So that's important. Let's have a look at another card. Why not? We can take our time. This is all about some lovely images connected to your home. So we have got all of those homes being devastated. It's interesting, isn't it, that we've taken this card here and the next one here that is really sort of connecting to all of those disasters down in the Palisades. Right, I've got Jamie here. Hello, is it Jamie on the line?
Yes, this is her.
Hello. Hi, how are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, okay. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, let's see what we've got for you. Well, you're through to me. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm based in London in the United
Hi.
Kingdom. Hi, and I'm reaching out to everybody really with you. So terrible, those fires, those disasters. So I'm just going to take a card for you, Jenny. Now, you will be pushing up against it. I think that this is a watchword for you, particularly during January. So you must be feeling as though you've got obstacles that you can't really get rid of at the moment. I mean, is that something that is in fact happening to you, that you're feeling as though just pushing and pushing and that you can't get over? It's horrible, isn't it? It's feeling quite stuck and, why is this happening to me? Well, okay, let's have a look, a little bit of detail. Let me connect to you as well, because I can see you here contemplating a lot of your future activities, and I can see you in a garden. This is quite a formal garden. It's as though it's not your own garden, but a public gardens or gardens that are beautifully kept that you will go to. And here you've got peace and serenity around you. Now, the garden that I'm connecting to you is symbolic. It's all about new growth. It's all about you reaching the spring time, because I've got lots of flowers that are energized and, really making you feel fantastic. And we've got this card here, a 10 of coins. So something new is happening. For you here, Jamie, you'll be either taking on a new role in work or expecting to have an influx of funds, money, resources, assets. They're all about accumulative property, and that's what you have. Now, property can be your money, your real hard cash, what's in your pocket, in the bank, or it can be philosophically there that you're in for a lot of luck and you have wealth and prosperity to allow you to grow. In your situation, I think this is actual hard cash. I think this is money, real money that you've got at your disposal. And it's probably as a result of all of the hard pushing that you have done, sort of pushing your way up that hill. Very, very difficult to do. And I think that that's now where you're at. I think that you've got some really good times to come. You've got to negotiate, though. You've drawn the Devil card here. Devil is really very positive. It's all about being in a good position, able to negotiate, able to get what you want. But the Devil does tell you to look at the detail. It's that saying, isn't it? The devil's in the detail. And that's what I feel is there with you, that look at the detail, look at any proposition that will entitle you to some funds. So a contract perhaps of employment or a sale of goods, or even a prospect in view of you being able to access sort of insurances, trust funds, that sort of hidden money which isn't obvious, and that's also something that you'll be negotiating coming to you. So they're a very interesting set of cards. It's really setting you up to say to you, look, you have got circumstances around you that are very, very positive, very fortunate. Not many people have them, and it's now time to take advantage, stop pushing up this hill, take a breakthrough, take a decision, take a chance. You have got a man here representing authority, very clever professional person that I think is advising you. So look at a contract. Are you thinking of new work or business? Because this is literally a leap of faith into something really quite new. But
my husband's in the military and I'm trying to get him out of it. And I think he's scared to take that. And I'm like, I know this is what we're going to end up doing. It doesn't make sense. But that's what we're guided to do.
Yeah. And does that actually mean that there will be an influx of money? So hard cash, will he get a settlement or some sort of deal? Because there's money here that the two of you will have. There's prosperity and a lucrative position going forward. However that comes in, you're going to be in the position to negotiate that, and you're going to negotiate it hard because it is around your property, your assets, everything that makes you, that makes your life really go forward in the best way that you can. I think that this professional person that is the King of Swords that you've drawn here, Jamie, is the person that is going to help you. It's a man. He will be a lawyer or a person particularly with regard to aiding and abetting you in perhaps the military or some sort of tribunal case as well. But whatever that is, don't worry about it. Just roll with it. Go with it, go with the flow, because you have the Sun card next. This is the best card that you could possibly get. The Sun promises you fabulous outcome, really great outcome, and gives you the time and the chance and the opportunity to be thankful, to be grateful, and to be very much more in love again. Now, I see you grabbing your partner here, your husband, and surrounding him with love. I've got the hearts behind me. I'm wearing hearts today. So this is all about you having to do that. Surround him with the love that you feel, really bring that together and give him that heart. It's a powerful emotion that is there with you. So you've missed him, haven't you? Do you have a son as well? Is there a boy between you?
I have 2 sons and a daughter.
2. Okay. So I want to go to the eldest son. So this is the firstborn. Yeah. Firstborn boy. He, I think, is a great help and a great support to you, even though he's perhaps not saying so vocally. It's his emotions and his closeness and tenderness and the way he looks and a few details and, how he responds to you. I see him growing and being a great man. I feel he has the capacity to go very far in his life, and he will take on responsibility. He will take on a role which is making him being looked up to by other people. Other people will regard him highly. So I feel that he will be in really quite a professional role, so he has status. He will have status around him, and that will mean so much to you. You'll be thinking, oh my goodness me, how did this happen? How can I be in this position? And it's very powerful, very positive for you. So let's look at this outcome here. Yeah, hidden surprises. So when you are going through this process of negotiation, the detail is important. So don't forget this, that, or the other. Don't forget little conversations or, this sort of willfulness, because your husband doesn't believe that he's going to get out, does he? He thinks he's going to be there. And this is where you come in, because you will have some very powerful words that you're saying, and you will be able to speak the truth, your truth, his truth, but also these details. So there's something about your husband that you're feeling is unwarranted. So maybe he's been unwell, he's not recovered, or that you can claim that he's suffering in some way. And I think that he is, and I think that that's what you're going to say. Does that make sense to you?
I think he's unhappy, even though he feels he should stay.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more to it than unhappy. I think there's reasons for that, and he certainly would benefit from therapy or from some sort of advice, and changing the way that he thinks about himself, and also the way that he thinks about his position, his role. I think that's important as well, and something that isn't to be missed. But don't forget, you've got the Sun card here, and you've got the Emperor. So this is the person that decides upon his fate and your fate. And he's showing in the first 6 cards that you've had. So that means that it's a gift. You've got a gift coming to you. Prosperity is here, a gift of love. So you will get your wish, but you'll also get money. And don't forget that money. There is a cause, a reason to make a claim, and that's what you will do. So there we are. It's been a delight to read for you. And do come back to me and let me know how you get on. And you can get a hold of me on my website as well. But lovely to speak to you today. Best of luck. Okay, now I think I've got my next call here. Is that Joy?
Yes.
Hello, Joy. Thank you for waiting. I wanted to finish properly the last reading because there was quite a lot that was coming through. So thank you for being a bit patient. We've got plenty of time for you as well. And that's what it's all about. It's sort of sharing the love. That's what we're doing at the moment.
Yes.
We're sharing as much love as we can get. Everybody needs it. Everybody wants it. So Joy, let me see. First card for you. Yeah. Waiting. We've got this one here. This is all about waiting for an apology, waiting for an event to happen that sort of puts everything that in the recent past into some sort of order. So you're trying now, and at the moment you will be trying to make sense of things that have gone wrong and perhaps have been unjustly thrown in your direction. I feel that there's an unjust situation and that you need a remedy for that, and you don't know where that's going to come from. And what I'm asking you to do here is just really trust in the process, trust in what I'm saying to you, because you're going to get some surprises that are going to be coming your way. There's news here that's coming your way. You've got the page. The page is always a bearer of news, and in your situation, it's good news. So I think that that's delightful as well. And this is all around the workplace. So have you left a situation at work, or are you expecting to do that? Because I've got new beginnings, old sort of problems resurfacing themselves and beginning to get tedious. And you've got this a sense of apology, a gift coming to you of something that really makes sense. So let's just get all of that into context, because it's important that you will feel as though everything is beginning to get easier and make sense for you. I'm also guided to the name of Stephen or Stevie. So I don't know who that is around you or what that means to you, but I want to give you that name. It keeps coming in. Do you recognize that name? Is that for you, Joy?
I don't know, honestly. I know somebody named Stephen, but we haven't had contact in a while, in over a year.
Were you in a relationship with him? Were you?
No, just friends.
Okay. You were just friends. Okay. That's interesting, because I just feel that that name, and you'll call him Stevie as well. We won't call him Stephen, but that's very strongly connected to you. So it must be a new influence, because I think that's quite a long time ago, and it's not a spirit. There's nobody in spirit with that name around you. So just watch for it, will you please? Because you have new beginnings here, and you've got the ace coming in. And this will always indicate that whatever it is that you're doing with your time, from the time you get up in the morning to when you go to sleep at night, that's when I want to concentrate on the fabric of your day, what you're doing for work or for business or for pleasure. And this is all about changes and new things that are happening. And that's where I want to place Stephen, is he's coming in to that space with you. And I think that that's powerful, really important. You're going to be very happy as well with working here. It may be a mentor to you, somebody who guides you, shows you the way, leads you forward, and gives you lots of help as well. I'm feeling that you need a lot of help. Is there somebody that's left your life? We all need help. We do. Go on.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It's all right. No, I'm waiting for you to respond. It's okay.
Yes. I moved from Maine, and me and my boyfriend moved out here in May of 2022, and he passed away.
Right. That's why I felt that this was the name from Spirit. Okay, I understand now. What was his name? Can you tell me his name?
Paul.
Okay. Do you know, he was here last week. I was on the show last week and I had Paul, but never mind. I will connect to him for you. I think it's been waiting for you. That's all I can say. Because the lady that I spoke to, I mean, she said, no, I don't know, Paul. No, not clear on that one. So I think he's been hanging around and waiting for you to join me on the show. So it's a little tap, tap, tap. Come on, you pick up the phone, get hold of A1R Psychic Radio. That's what you needed to do. Look, I mean, he died unexpectedly. I feel that, he giggled, didn't he? He had the same sort of laughter and joyous energy that you do.
He was full of life.
Yeah. And I feel that, he didn't want to turn his back, because I've got this man who's turned his back, sort of gone into spirit, he's passed over, but he's still with you. Don't miss him, because he seems to be with you all the time. When you look in a mirror, do you feel as though there's a shadow and that you may see him? Because I've got mirrors being quite important, particularly in your bedroom, particularly when you go to sleep at night. And you're waking up, aren't you, about 3-4 in the morning? I've got you waking up, and it seems as though you want the light on, or you're not comfortable anyway with sleeping. I feel that he's there. He comes into your subconscious. You must have dreamt about him recently, because there's cats as well that seem to be around your premises or around your home. Does a neighbour have cats, or do you not like them? Is that what is going on? What is it?
I love cat. I love all animals, but I'm allergic to cats. But
that's what it is.
I love animals.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of cats around you, and I felt that they were from neighbours. Now, they're bringing in that psychic sense, and that's why I'm seeing them, because they're, it's about intuition. It's about you homing in on that connection that I want you to make to Paul, because he's trying to come through to you all the time. And that's why I'm being told here, well, there's the cats, they're all around. That's heightening your psychic intuition. Do you know what? When you don't need that spiritual connection, the cats just disappear. They do all the time. I promise you, it happens all the time that, these cats are around, and then you've got your connection, you're speaking to your spirit, and they just hide or disappear. They just don't come anywhere near. Or somebody buys a dog, which maybe has the same effect as the dog.
Right.
But if that happens, then the same result is there, that, you've made your connection spiritually.
Yes.
I think you've got a very infectious laugh. I love it. I love your laugh. Look, you've got separation of ties. So I think that you are moving again. Is this in your plan? Because you are moving to a place where it's more supportive, that you've got more people around you, that you're enjoying your life more, and that you feel more at home. Is that what you're thinking of doing? Okay. Well, I think that by June this year, June 2025, you'll have achieved that. It will be there, and you will be putting down roots in a new home for yourself. It's marvelous. It really is marvelous. It's going to give you that great sense of satisfaction. Now, here is the man. Now, I'm going to say it. You may not accept it at the moment, but I feel that the name Stevie is what you would call a bit like Stevie Wonder, but Stevie, you will call him that name, and he is being sent to you from Paul. Paul is sending you a partner, a person. Oh, seriously, I know this. I've got teardrops. There's tears that are falling. That's from Paul, but he's happy. He wants you to know he's happy for you. You've got a life to live now, and he wants you to live it. Did he have boots? What was it about the boots? Did you buy him some boots, or was there a problem with boots?
The cowboy boots. He always wanted them, and I bought them for him.
Well, he was telling you, I remember the boots. He's got them. I can see them.
It's so funny.
What a wonderful message for you. So, Paul has got his boots.
You something?
Yeah. Go for it. What do you
Do you see a time frame of when I might meet this person?
June 2025. This year. It's time to get a move on now. It's time to get a move on. Yeah? So, what do we want, Joy?
Thank you.
We want to really make sure that you're doing absolutely everything that you can to look as wonderful as you can be, and to be as happy in your heart, knowing that Paul is with you, is communicated to you. The cats will disappear, I'm sure now, because it is making you, the allergy is getting worse, the sneezing and the itching, itchy skin, waking up in the middle of the night. Do you get itchy skin, Joy? Is that something that happens? You want to rub your skin. Well, you know from Paul that he's got his boots and he's not letting go of his boots. He's telling you that. So you know that. He wants to make you laugh, and he's sending you somebody to take care of you, take care of your heart, and to take care of you, help you with the bills, with life, with the ups and downs, and to make you feel better, warmer inside, because you've got such a warm heart, such a warm personality, and that's what you've got to maintain. You've got to keep that going. And here, this is your final card here. It's the Two of Cups. It's all about a new relationship and being connected, brought together purposely, brought together on purpose, so that you can feel happy and so that you can be in love again. And even though that's hard to imagine, even hard to contemplate, perhaps, being in love is a wonderful thing. And we love different people for different reasons and in different ways. And you'll never love Stevie in the same way that you have loved Paul. But he's there for you, and he's there in your future. And I do wish you so much happiness, because you deserve it. You've been through a lot, but you need to move in order to get that. Where you are situated right now is not doing anything for you. And there's a new role, a new job, and that's going to be granted to you as well, because a handshake coming and a contract that's there. Joy, I wish you all the joy in the world for this year, and I'm sure it's there for you. It's been a pleasure reading for you, and I love your lovely laughter. And let's keep laughing throughout 2025. And do come back to me and let me know. Okay, well, thank you for joining me today on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and I hope that you will join me again next week. I've been Eleanor Grace, and I'm in London in the United Kingdom. Lots of love to you all, and great blessings to all of those wonderful firefighters and all those loved ones out there. See you next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome you guys to another episode of Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. I'm super excited to be here today. Oh my goodness, here we are, like midway through April. How is that even possible? You guys, this is a very exciting time of the year for me. I get super excited when we move into this like spring energy where we're starting to see all the trees bloom. All the flowers are popping up. If you have tulips around you, perhaps you're seeing them. Maybe cherry blossom trees. The dogwoods around here in Missouri definitely blooming. So red buds as well. So check them out. But you guys, let's just talk about this for a minute. Let's talk about this energy that we've been in. You know, we had the spring equinox a couple of weeks ago. And I have been showing up for the last couple of weeks talking to you guys specifically about, you know, planting our seeds, that this is more of like the cosmic new year as we enter into this time of spring, as we've just come out of the winter, you know, the womb, the darkness. All of the light is now coming in to spread our seeds that we're planting so we can manifest and harvest these things in the fall. But when we think about this energy and we think about what we want to create in our lives, this is the time to start being clear on our vision. So we've been talking the last couple of weeks about like the things that we were letting go of. And if you were in any of the energy of the full moon over the weekend, this was a good time to purge and let go. Maybe the spring cleaning, getting rid of those clothes that don't fit anymore, cleaning the inbox out. Perhaps it's letting go of some relationships as well. But we let go of all those things so that we have that fertile soil, so it's ready and it's been tilled and it's ready to have those seeds planted. And now we plant those seeds. So it's time to plant them. And that's the energy we're moving into now. We've been preparing the garden and now it's ready for those seeds to be planted. And so what do you want to put in your garden? What do you want to create? And that's the energy that I'm coming in to today with, is asking, what is your vision? What do you want to do for the rest of this year? What do you want to create in your life? And so this is the time to start writing out your intentions. And the thing that I like to tell everyone, the key to manifesting is not just setting the intention, but then taking inspired action followed by that intention. So what do you want to create? And then what action will you take to support your desire to create that? So the universe acknowledges your energy and motion when it sees that you have the intention, and then you say, I'm going to take this step as my inspired action, and then you actually do it. It's an activator to your manifestation. You're activating and signaling to the universe that your desire is truly there, and you're taking the action towards having it. This is where we let go of the how. We don't have to know the how. Even if the step we're taking doesn't make sense to the desired outcome, the universe doesn't know the difference. It just sees that you're in motion. It sees that you are doing something to support creating that manifestation and bringing that desire into your reality. So this is where your imagination is key. I talk about this all the time, how important it is to use your imagination when you want to create the life that you want. That's how we are deliberate creators, is by using your imagination as one of the strongest tools in your toolbox to support what your vision looks like. So can you go into your mind? I like to do this, you guys, I do it daily, just part of my self-care practice. I sit daily for 8 minutes with my eyes closed, envisioning my dreams, imagining what they look like, imagining myself taking the inspired action towards them, imagining the energy and the emotion that I will experience when it happens as if it's already happened. Imagine it like it's a movie screen playing out and it's already played out. So I love talking about all things manifestation, how to bring those things into your reality, how to bring the deepest desires of your life. Did you know that your desires, the rockets of desire that you receive come from spirit? Like, we receive those rockets of desire because there is some type of connection and knowing from our higher self to our human self that knows that that's something that we are capable of, that we would enjoy having, that the experience of the journey to get there will be something that we're meant to have. So they're not just random desires or random thoughts. They're rockets of desires because they're meant for you to have them and experience the joy and the journey as they manifest. So let's just pull some cards really quick for the collective before we take some calls and just see what the cards have to say in regards to kind of the information that I've just been channeling here today around your vision. And I like to create a vision board, but I'm very intentional with it. I do it a little differently than a lot of people. I will be doing this over in my private membership. So definitely want to check out the spaces where you can catch me in doing this. But I like to create the vision board, but I do it a little bit differently by setting intentions clearly before we actually start putting and placing things. And I'm clear about our categories. I'm clear about the inspired action we'll take when we follow it up. I actually will make a border around the board so that it is an actual container. So you definitely want to come check me out and how I create the vision board. But let's just see what the cards have to say for the collective based on what I have just shared with you guys. All right. Okay, so the first card we have is freedom. Live wild and free, choose your freedom, claim your independence. We get to do that through deliberate creation. When we are intentional with what we're bringing into our lives, that is where we get to experience the most freedom. The freedom will just be a part of the process because we stop trying to, what I like to call, micromanage the universe or manipulate the universe, or we're not manifesting out of a state of lack or fear or scarcity. Those are not sustainable. We want to manifest from a state of joy, fun, pleasure, play, and curiosity. The next card we have is leadership. Step into your leadership, share your message, inspire and empower others. This is all about leading ourselves first. We have to lead ourselves first before we can lead others. Okay, so in what ways do you need to start leading yourself? And how can you begin really focusing on the things and the steps that you need to take towards your desired outcomes, your dreams, the things that you want? Next we have the nature card, which is so important right now. You guys have been talking about how important it is to ground our energy, but it says ground yourself, find a sanctuary in nature, connect with the elements. And this is a reminder that as we are manifesting, as we are planting those seeds, as we are, thinking about that soil, it is the fertile ground that we are also grounding into that energy, right? We're connected to all of it. So don't forget to make sure that you're just really grounding into your energy, using your daily practices for your spiritual hygiene to just be that clear path so you can be a clear channel, be a clear knowing for the things that are coming through. And then we have the goddess card, which is just really fun because I have been talking about how this is my goddess era and I've been having so much fun being in the energy of my goddess era. And I want to welcome everyone into this space because it's really fun to honor your divine feminine energy, see your inner beauty, and love every part of you. We have to romance ourselves. So when you're thinking of your vision and you're thinking about what you want to create, in what ways are you thinking of yourself first? Like, what can you create for yourself? What self-care practices do you need to do so that you can be in that goddess energy? When you're in your goddess feminine energy, that is when you will manifest with joy and ease and through flow. So great cards to kind of wrap up, just the vision that we have for this next coming months ahead. What do we want to create over the rest of spring and summer? What do we want to harvest in the fall? What do we want to manifest and bring to fruition? So this is your life and you get to do it. So let's just go ahead and jump right on into taking our first caller today. It looks like we have Alyssa in Brooklyn, New York, joining us today.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Alyssa? Thanks for joining us.
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
So I am just doing some general card pulls over our vision and what we want to manifest in the coming months. I'm happy to do that for you. Or if you have a specific question and you would like to ask, I'm happy to tap into that as well.
I guess let's see what the general pool has.
Okay. All right. We'll see what the messages are for you. I'm just shuffling the deck because that was taking a sec.
Okay.
We're waiting for cards to come out. Okay. So the first card you have is the anger card. It says, safely express your anger, use anger as a positive force, honor all of your emotions as sacred. So I don't know if there's been underlying anger or perhaps there might be something on the horizon where this may be showing up, but it's just a reminder that anger is not wrong. Anger is just an indicator of an underlying emotion. It's there to show us that there's something else that needs to be discovered or looked at. And I always talk about how we have been taught and programmed to not really express our anger in a sacred way. So I talk about sacred rage frequently and how we can actually go express that in a way that allows us to get it out, because really it's just our emotion that's pent up and it needs to be released. So I always say that our emotions are energy in motion. And the anger is just needing to be acknowledged so it can discover what's under it and be released. So if there's a way that you can express your anger, if you have it coming up, or if there is something coming down the pipelines where it shows up, it's just a reminder that it's not wrong to feel it, and just allow yourself to express it in a way that doesn't hurt yourself or others, is what I always tell people. Okay. The next card you have is partnership. It says teamwork will give you better results. Find trustworthy people to partner with. Build up a talented support team. So I do feel like partnership is important for you right now, because the next card you have is friendship. So this is just letting me know partnership, friendship is really important for you, especially it will be for this summertime, the months that you're moving into. I don't know if you're going through some shifts or changes, Alyssa, but your friends and your support team will be very supportive to you as you move through whatever obstacles or challenges that you're going to face or are facing. Are you currently in some type of shift or change?
I don't believe so. No, I'm just ending off the school year is all.
Yep. So definitely be mindful of just the people coming into your places, making sure that they are the ones that you feel aligned with, ones that you want to grow and expand with. Some people are here for a season and some people are here for a lifetime. So just a reminder that not everyone will grow with you.
Right. Definitely. I took that into consideration.
Yes. So I am going to pull just a couple more cards here. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask.
Okay.
I'm just shuffling the deck.
Okay.
You got the abundance card. Enjoy the bounty of life. Your supply is unlimited. Blessings are coming to you. The reminder that I'm getting with this card is the abundance is available to you. Just remember to make sure your mindset stays aligned with your desires and what you want to bring in and create in your life. Because to receive the abundance, the mindset has to be aligned with believing that it's coming and that it's there and available to you.
Okay.
Just shuffling. And you got the delight card. It says, count your blessings and enjoy life. Take pleasure in the simple things. Always expect the best. This going back to the mindset as well. So to think is to create. So if you have thoughts that aren't really aligning with what you desire, it's just a reminder that if you want to experience the delight and you want to have all that pleasure and the fun, then expect that good things are going to happen. If we expect that that things aren't going to work out for us, then that's the energy that we will create around it, and that's what we will experience. So if you're wanting to have more favorable outcomes, then just it's a reminder to create your desires, your expectations, believing that everything will work out and it's always going to be landing in your favor.
Okay, that definitely makes sense.
Do you have any questions you want to ask?
I don't believe so. I don't have any questions that come to mind at the moment.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for calling in today, Alyssa. And I look forward to connecting with you again soon. Definitely come check me out in my Facebook group. Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. And next up, we have Lynn in Orlando, Florida.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Lynn. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good today. Thank you for asking.
I'm glad you're doing good. So I am just doing some general pulls today. We're kind of talking about vision, the things that we are wanting to create, the seeds that we're planting. I'm happy to pull just general based on that. Or if you have specific questions you'd like to ask, we can dive into that as well.
I have one specific question for sure.
Okay.
I have a legal case at an employer and wanting to see if that is going to come to fruition here very soon.
Okay. So before I pull any cards, the first thing I'm feeling is that I do feel like it's going to work out in your favor, but it feels like it may not work out in the timeline that you're hoping for. Let's see. Do you have an attachment to the outcome?
Yeah.
Yep. So that's the first thing I'll recommend is releasing your attachment to the outcome of how it will play out. Because when we get too attached to how we think it's going to play out, hold on, your card fell on the floor to pick it up. When we get too attached to the outcome, we can really set ourselves up for some disappointment. And so there is a call for you to like release your attachment to that outcome. Like I said, I am feeling like it's going to work out in your favor, but I'm seeing that it may not play out in the same timeline that you're hoping for. And it also just like what I'm seeing, like the vision that I'm getting is like a chessboard. So it depends on what moves certain people make is what I'm being told. Does that make sense or resonate with you in any way?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Does the chessboard resonate?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of felt that when I said it.
There's many players. There's many players involved. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that makes sense then. The card that flew out while I was just shuffling and talking to you is the Priestess card, and it says, how are you being called to step up and lead? So perhaps is there an opportunity or is there a space for you where you are kind of speaking your voice and your truth in what's happening?
That will be coming up in the next few weeks, yes.
Okay, so this is just like, I think that's the important piece. Here's what I would do. This is what I'm being kind of guided to recommend for you to do, Lynn. I would imagine yourself, like play this out in your mind. Imagine yourself going in there and saying the things that you need to say and imagine it playing out in the way that you want it to play out, but also at the same time releasing the attachment to that outcome. Does that make sense? But kind of rehearsing in your mind how you're going to show up and the things you're going to say and what you need to speak about. Because I'm hearing like you're dropping some truth bombs. Is that true?
Yes.
Yep. Your spirit team is super proud of you though for this. Like, I don't know if this was like something that took a lot of courage to speak up about, but there is this acknowledgement from your team of like just your courage to show up and your courage to speak. I'm seeing the scales, the justice scales. So I'm not sure if that's what you're attempting to accomplish here, but I am seeing like justice being served.
Good. Thank you. I'm pretty sure it would happen. I just wasn't sure. I'm ready for it to be over. Yes. And to move on.
Yep. So you also have the Unbound card. It says releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. So I would do a cord cutting for this. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that or not, but like just any energetic connections or cords that you have to the case, to anyone involved with it, to the experience, this life, past lives, like just really cutting the cords to any of those attachments that could be there.
I definitely will do that because I do understand that because they've been pulling on me for a long time and I'm very sensitive. So I'm like, that's why I'm looking it over with.
So I was just getting ready to tell you the next thing was to like really focus on your protection and protecting your energy, and the protection card flew out of the deck. So you have so just some double validation here. And it just says, call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval.
Okay, that's very good, very good.
So I just like to call those like when spirit be spiriting moments, right? Because it's just validating. I literally just said cut the cords, and the card says cut the cords. But it's more than just cutting the cards too. Protecting, grounding your energy prior to walking into the space, even when you're thinking about it, just so you're not absorbing anything that's not yours.
Right.
That's just something to be mindful about. Let me just pull some more cards. We have some more time, so we can keep going if you're good with that.
Okay.
Let's see here. You have the Lumeria card, creating heaven on earth. It's happening. So this is about being a deliberate creator. For you specifically in this circumstance, I would say it is about, creating the desired outcome in your mind, but then releasing the attachment to it. Just validating that.
Okay. All right.
More validation. And then you also got the leap card. So you go first, the universe will catch you. So you got this is what I'm being told. You got this. What other questions do you have today?
Right after this, is there going to be a new career change, or do I start my own business? Or
so before I've even shuffled, like just intuitively what I have coming through is this isn't for you to actually answer to me, but the inquiry and the question is, what makes your heart pitter patter? And follow that. Like coming out of the head space and sinking into your heart space. Does that resonate at all?
Most assuredly, yes.
Let's see here. I'm pull some cards. Passion. So that's about really what I'm just talking about. It's validating what I'm saying. Like, what's your heart feeling? Like, what do you feel called to? What makes your heart pitter patter? I believe is what I asked you. And this says, do what excites you, get fired up about your life, increase your energy levels. So I would say that as far as a new career or doing something different, do the thing that lights you up. Do the thing that makes your heart pitter patter, the thing that is work that doesn't feel like work, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Have you been thinking about starting your own business?
I've had my own business in the past and then worked for a company, and now I'm getting ready to do another business. Yes.
So the next card you have is intention. Be clear and decisive. Focus on what you really want. Be bold with your request to the universe. So I'm being told that like you can manifest easily, and if you're clear in your intentions and you take the inspired action behind it, you'll have no problems creating what you desire to have.
Okay, thank you.
I am feeling like you were meant to be your own boss is what I'm being told.
Yes.
So you have the goddess card as well. Honor your divine feminine energy. See your inner beauty. Love every part of you. So I would say approach this. How long ago did you have the last business?
It's been 2 years ago. I did it for 30 years, but it was 2 years ago I closed it.
I'm just being told you're entering into a different level of goddess energy this time, so it's going to be very different. So just have fun, allow yourself to be playful, approach it with a sense of wonder, that curiosity. The more that you can do that, the more successful and lucrative the business is going to be for you.
Okay.
Really play is what I'm being told, Lynn. Like, can you just really come out and play? Your inner child wants to play.
It needs to, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. let her come out and have some fun. Because if you just start really like playing and getting in, like even just moving your body, doing some dance, some creative experiences, you're going to just open up to some downloads and visions of what you want to create. And if you really just be in that energy of play, success is inevitable.
Okay.
Your cards really want to go on the ground today. Hold on 1 second. I gotta grab it. It's the dance card.
Okay.
I just said that.
Another word.
Yeah. So it says dance. Move your body to music. Dance with the rhythm of life. Manifest your dreams through dance. I literally just said those things to you.
Yes, you did. Yes. So loosen up. Mm-hmm.
I call that when spirit be spiriting, because the cards do not lie. They never lie, and they will validate us. Like they will validate what we're saying. Yes. So the last card you have here is, let's see, you've got polarity. It says integrate your shadow side. There can be no light without dark. Understand the law of polarity. So this just is a reminder that the contrast is always going to show up. The contrast is there to show us what we want versus what we don't want, right? And so, so it's just there to notice. And even I would say with the past business, like think about the things, make even a list of like what worked, what didn't work last time, so that you kind of know going into it this next time, the things that you want to take with you into the new space and the things that you don't want to take. I'm just being told it's not going to matter what you do, Lynn. Success is inevitable as long as you come from that playfulness and that fun and that dance and movement and just letting it come out. I'm going to pull from another deck just to see what the last few messages are for you. Okay, so you have take a break, a life's work, not a season, get off the treadmill. So this is just reminding you, like, if you want different results, then do something different. So we have to get off the treadmill, or I always say get off the hamster wheel, right? We're just going over and over and over again, expecting a different result. So do something different, change that energy up. It goes back to that movement and moving the body and dancing as well. Because when you move your body in a sense of like just turning some music on and energetically saying, I'm just going to move the energy, you'll be surprised to see what comes through or the experiences that you'll have as far as like ideas or divine downloads when you move the energy.
Okay.
The next card you have is Warrior Woman. Have you answered your deepest calling? So that's just a question too, like really like for you to go inward and say, what are you being called to? It goes back to that, what makes your heart pitter patter. And then the last card you have here to close this out is Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. You are a leader of other leaders, and showing up in your true authentic self is what will attract other people to you as well as to your business. So just keep showing up and being the teacher that you are for others, just in how you show up in the world.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Lynn.
Okay, I have one question. What was your name?
Sarah Jane. So we are
Sarah
just about to close
okay.
out. Yep. You can find me on Facebook, Sarah Jane Patton.
Okay. Thank you.
Lynn.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
All right, you guys, thank you so much for being here for this episode of Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. I look forward to seeing you again next week. Until then, bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soto Tarot, exploring your intuition with Eric Soto. Live from SotoTarot.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soto Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Eric Soto, Soto Tarot, and I'm here live on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, here for another week in a row, so thank you for having me. Those of you who are listening to me, I'll try to be very descriptive if I can, even though I do have colorful tarot cards that I've made back in 2015. I do like to talk other things as well. So I will be saying that I'm at SotoTarot.com. SotoTarot.com is where you can reach me and find out where I'm at on Facebook, on TikTok, all those little social media things. But you can definitely friend me at Facebook. I'm very easily accessible. I'm a tarot creator, but I'm also a psychic and a wannabe medium. When I say wannabe, I am not that type of caliber yet, but I am learning along the way and finding out the signs and understanding that avenue. So the good news is I'm a good student, so I eventually will get there. But in the meantime, I am very intuitive psychic. I've been doing this for over 30 some odd years, friends, family, and professionally. So I like to give back, and that's why I'm here this week to talk and have callers, talk about the things of the world, because how many things are going around in the world right now? A little crazy, right? One thing I always say is there's always a rainbow on the other side of something or other. You just have to look for it. So we're going to talk positivity here, no matter how bad it seems like it's out there. There's always something positive that you can glean from something. Like they say in the stock markets, right? Whether they're up or down, someone's always making money. It's the same thing in life. If you know where to look for it, there's always friends. There's always somewhere to have a shoulder to cry on, and there's always support. And if anything, there's always the teddy bear, right? There's always a teddy bear when you need him. I'm going to be at Real Live. Real Live Metaphysical is my local Cedar Rapids, Iowa location, metaphysical shop that I've been here for years too. So I'm giving them a shout out. I will be there this Saturday between noon and 5. Noon and 5, I usually give readings there. They are paid, which is a little bit different than here, but in Facebook and such, you can still reach out for free readings, or like this program, this wonderful program, doing free readings here. I might only be taking 2 callers now, but you can always book a reading at SotoTarot.com, correct? And you can always reach me on social media, where we can talk tarot, we can talk psychic stuff, we can talk just life, whatever you'd like to do, but you got to friend me first, right? In other things going on, I think I told you a little bit before about me. I do have a tarot deck, right? It is a little bit different. Those of you who know what tarot is, they don't really have numbers or letters or anything of that sort. They're more of a psychic caliber. They do follow the actual tarot genre, I guess. You know, there are the Fool and all the way to the World, and they do cups and wands and such. But this is something that I went through actually back in March of 2015. I had a 4-day fever vision of 104 degrees. That was a little weird, and I started seeing things, and I got behind a computer, and voila, it was something I always wanted to do, and now I have them, and they've actually helped me with a lot of young souls and old souls along the way understand life and try to get out of life's issues, right? So I don't say that I know everything, but I am going to say that we are connected. And when I say we're connected, it has nothing to do with the cards. It has everything to do with the same idea that we both sometimes pick up the phone at the same time, and we'll both hear each other with no dial tone. Now on digital phones, that sometimes happens, but a little bit less rare than we used to do in the past, but it still happens. It's the same thing. We're all connected at some point, shape or form. It doesn't matter where we come from, overseas or on land, we all are connected. So Carol in Cedar Lake, Indiana, we're connected right now. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. I'm glad you've made it on the show. You probably don't know me and I don't know you, but that's the fun of it, right? You get to meet someone new and I get to meet someone new and we get to chat a little bit. So what I like to do for fun, you can ask whatever you wish. I like to try to keep it G-rated because it is a G-rated radio and TV show, right? But as I'm shuffling, I like to also say that we're connected like by that phone. And I will say this for the radio viewers alone, that this is a 10 of Pentacles and it looks like a cornucopia of a tree, branches, or seeds. And when this comes up, it means to me family. It means to me legacy. It has to do with what am I going to do for the future, or what am I going to do to leave for my kids or for my my offspring, right? It's things of that sort. So you're not even asking anything, and I'll say to this.
That's
when
correct.
this, yes?
I'm the head of my household. I'm the sole provider for my family, for my husband. He cannot work, and I have a son. I'm the sole provider, so that makes sense.
There you go. See, we don't even know each other, and I'm already tingling on my shoulders. So that tells me the branches and the trees, right? You're the main trunk, and you're the one controlling and making sure that everybody's fed and everything's going on.
I have a picture of the tree of life in my living room. I love the tree of life. Yes. Yes,
very much so. This is kind of a little bit where I've got from before in the past. Again, if I may ask, what do you do as far as your career?
I've been a meat wrapper for 25 years at a grocery department chain. I operate a machine that wraps the meat. I don't cut it. And I just fill it. I've been doing that. It's very rigorous cardiovascular exercise. I have to lift hams and turkeys right now because of the holiday. And it's hard work, but I enjoy it, and I'm working for a pension. And I'm not rich, but I'm happy. So.
Well, that's good. That's good. And you've got a good soul to you, I can tell. The Tower card reversed is exactly that. It's the ball getting caught by the angels. And when I ever get the Tower card reversed, it's like something or someone, I don't care what you want to call it. You want to call it God, you want to call it angels, you want to call it the force that be, or you can even call it sometimes other people just looking after your back. But when this happens, it means there's others behind you making sure that you are fed, making sure you do have a roof over your head. So that's telling me that there might be neighbors, there might be cousins, there might be friends, or those around you that are making sure that when times may be getting tough, look for them to lean on. They will be there for you. You're not going to be the only ones at this point. At some point, there's going to be a little bit of a struggle going on. And this is to tell that those branches that might be your family that you're taking care of, don't be afraid to also ask for those branches elsewhere, for those family members, for those cousins and neighbors, and maybe even people that you work with. And when times are a little squeaky tough, ask for that, or at least, if not ask for it, don't be humble enough to not accept. Can you agree on that?
Right. Yes, I agree. Yes. Very right.
So, yes, that's and this is where things get weird, right? I say I'm not a medium, but the psychic ability here tells me that there's still something or some family member of something. So I'll go one step further since we're on the same thing. This is the Six of Pentacles that looks like an octopus's tentacles. And this is actually a card of charity. So I will go even further to say that you will actually be helped for sure by someone around you. This is that the octopus has many tentacles that can give, a lot of giving there. So you may have been the type that are giving for others for your good heart, or for your caring, your family, or maybe you're just the type that give cookies to the neighbors and say, hey, I just did it because. This is also telling me that there will be arms reaching out for you soon. So look for that.
Oh, good.
If you believe in the future, this is what I believe about the future. I haven't really decided yet. Technically, it's happened. Why? Time is kind of in a weird circle, flat. It's very hard. Right. It's happened already, and it already hasn't happened. It hasn't happened because we haven't felt it yet. But technically, it might have already happened. And because it's already happened, that's why sometimes these things come through. And that feeling is based on your actions, there's a reaction. And based on those actions, that reaction means there will be assistance coming for you. So maybe you were asking that. Maybe you haven't been asking that. But there definitely will be help coming.
My question was, is my financial situation going to get any better? I am expecting
back paycheck from my work when my union settles, but that's up in the air. It's just don't know when it's coming.
I would say that if this is the way I'm feeling based on this was definitely a charity or definitely giving out towards you. And if that's what you're asking for, this will be giving, if not generosity, will be given with, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're talking about generosity. Oh, okay.
Right. Meaning that it will be given freely. So if you're asking for this, then that will be given with, let's say, less resistance. Something of that mind.
Okay.
When anytime something's giving of that type of card, it's given least resistance. Generally, let's say if I have my last quarter in my hand, right, and I'm starving, but I could keep it myself, but instead I give it to you, right, freely. So there's you didn't ask that quarter from me or that last money from me. I gave it to you freely of free will. That's the feeling that I had. And if you're asking for that, I think that's still the same. Others around you are helping you, and their times will be a little tough maybe until this comes, but it will definitely come based on the feeling that I'm feeling. If it's not, there'll be something of that equivalent. And I don't like to say lottery or any of that sort, but I'll say that at least the help of that equivalent will definitely be coming in your corner.
Great. Thank you very much.
And how's the weather up there where you're at right now? I'm from Chicago originally, so Indiana wasn't too far from us.
Yeah, I'm in a little town called Cedar Lake, which is right over the border between Illinois and Indiana. It's a small town, and it is going to be 80 degrees tomorrow. It was 66 today.
We're still kind of chilly over here in Iowa, so. I'm glad you're having better weather than we are. So, Carol, it's been nice to speak with you. I'm glad we're connecting. Don't hold it too hard. You have a good heart. If anything, I would say if you believe in angels, I believe definitely family or friends or angels of that sort are helping you anyway. And I think actually those of the physical nature will be helping you as well. And look forward toward that. Actually look forward to that settlement coming. Don't think, well, maybe it shouldn't, or maybe it won't, or I don't deserve it. Think of it that way. And whether it comes or not, the universe will still find a way to make sure that something of that sort still happens in that way.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My parents are part of my spirit team and spirit guides, and they have a lot to do with it. There you go. See, I'm already they're tingling there. So maybe that's the ones that are telling me to tell you this very directly. Oh, good. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Carol. How we connect, right? If you've seen my first episode, this is only my second episode, and I still can't even get my darn camera right, and we'll figure that out eventually. But I'm glad you're tuning in, because this is the stuff we talk about. It's not magic. We all have this gift. Some of us have it more so, and you'd be surprised. Grandma that you grew up with probably had some premonition of something, right? And this something's going to happen. And she might have said, oh, my bunions or my elbow or whatever for the weather. But you'd be surprised how many people in life, if you go back and check, that this is still prevalent, that kids have this, that adults have this. And more so, unless I show you cards, sometimes people don't believe. And that's why I actually bring the cards out. It helps me focus, but it's not of a magical sort. If you want to buy them, look at my Soto Tarot area and follow me on Facebook. You can find out where they're at. But that's neither here nor there. Janet from London, Ontario, Canada. That is awesome. How are you, Janet? Jeanette. My mistake. Yes. How are you?
I'm good. And yourself?
I'm doing fabulous. That is such a wonderful name.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I butchered it. I only have words here, but it's Jeanette. It's like a French Canadian, correct?
Yes.
Of an origin. So
yeah.
I like to do this little game where I can pull a card. I'll still give you time. We still have a little bit of time, but I like to pull something to just see where we're connecting. And I have a temperance card here, which looks like a spirit, face of a spirit blowing wind into some kind of a bat or a dragon or some kind of flying bird of some sort. Temperance has to do with balance. And temperance in this form means assistance or needing that extra lift to get around or at least being shown the right path. So the feeling that I'm getting here would be there's something along the lines of you're looking for guidance for something. I know it sounds cheesy, but I'll narrow it a little bit more. I think this is actually in guidance for, I would actually say more of an assistance on that spiritual level. Like this is spirit. Am I right in that form?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm going to ask you your question. Go ahead and ask whatever you wish. We try to keep it G-rated here on the TV and radio. But what would you like to ask for? Or what would you like to ask about?
I asked about between my husband and my father. And it's been ongoing issues, like they don't like each other. And I can't even say anything directly to my father, but it's just like he has an ego. And my husband did already his best to show
that's what this card is for. This card is the Eight of Wands, but it's upside down. And when the Eight of Wands is upside down, it has to do with these little rocket ships, and they're falling from the air, or they're arrows that are falling from the air, or they're wands. That means there's communication that's lacking, and that's just validating what you're saying. Your husband, if I correct, is trying to talk with your father, and they're just not getting along. Correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So whatever this is telling me here that your father, your husband is more in the correct, and for some reason it's not being received by your father. I don't know what the reason is for, but I'll tell you this: it sounds like the husband is in the right. It sounds like another reversed hanged man. When the reversed hanged man is there, it's not necessarily a stubbornness, like to wait for something. It's more of, I don't want to be around and listen to this. Does that sound right? It's I don't, whatever you're trying to sell me, I'm not buying. And because of that, I'm getting off of this cross and I'm going to walk away type of deal. I'm not thinking anything spiritual or the high road. I'm thinking, show me the money, show me something physical. So show me how the laws of the earth work. Don't talk to me in lovey-dovey type of talks, or this is how you should be. Does that sound familiar?
That's right. Exactly right.
Okay. So now we're connecting. And now I'm buzzing. So this is telling me not only is he right, not as only being. So I'll tell you this. Three of Wands is the ship. Looks like a little ship that's going across. Three of Wands is actually waiting for something to come. So here I can suggest this. I don't know necessarily what it's about. I don't have to know what it's about, nor does anybody have to know exactly what it's about. But we know that your husband is right. And it sounds like your father is not listening and doesn't want to accept that. And here's how you're going to have to connect. The boat has to make shore at some point, right? And the boat doesn't come to shore sometimes unless we either wait for it, which it may never come, or sometimes we have to meet it halfway. So the best thing that I can tell you here is whatever this situation is, doesn't sound like the father is going to understand. So you may have to reach the ship a different way. Sometimes that means bribing the captain. Sometimes that means finding another ship. And I'm not saying find another father. I'm saying you may have to reapproach this a different way. Maybe on the level of the father, maybe something that he understands. If it's money, talk money. If it's something physical, talk physical. If it means a time limit, then talk a time limit. But whatever the approach was before, or permission that was needed, or whatever, you're going to have to try a different way to get to that boat and for that to come to port. Is that starting to make sense?
That makes sense.
It's difficult to talk to family, especially when they're older than you, right? They raised you. That's your father, correct?
Yeah, that's right. But I already distanced myself to him in some issues that it's related about family. Right. And also I will distance also myself to my brother and sister because it's just like there's a jealousy on it. So sometimes I don't understand, but I think.
So why does your husband feel like he needs to connect for some reason? Why is he feeling like he needs to get through to your father? Why, when you're not, it doesn't sound like you're connecting, and you've gone on, right? You've let that boat decide, well, I'm just going to find another boat. I'm not going to connect with you. Why is it that your husband then is feeling like he needs to still see this through?
It's just like he wants only to validate that anything that he does for them is just like no appreciation. So my dad is just like, I don't know if it is ego or he doesn't like him. I don't understand. So
here's the issue.
I don't understand.
I'll give you a little bit of more of a nugget to it. This is what I'm feeling here too. So the seven of cups has to do with choices, and it's reversed. So when it's reversed, instead of having a lot of choices, that means zeroing down on what you want. It looks like a drill drilling a diamond. They're like, this little drill is actually making a hole in a diamond. We sometimes our heart has to make choices. And at some point, again, going further, what your other cards were saying is you're going to have to make a choice. You've made your choice. He's going to have to make his choice at some point. How am I going to get to make him understand? I'm either going to continue on, and it might be a long trip to do that and get at the heart of it, or he's going to have to make a decision and say, enough is enough. We've done everything we can. We need to move on. And it's an unfortunate thing, but we have our own life to deal with. We have our own family to deal with. And whatever this is that you're causing is something I can't deal with. Now, I'm not saying either one is right. I'm just saying he's going to have to make that decision, just like you're making the decision. How do I want to really drill down on it and continue because I feel something's going to happen at the end? Or do I at some point say, enough is enough, I need to drill elsewhere, this isn't going to go anywhere, and it's almost like feels like I'm drilling a diamond. It's feeling like I'm going forever and ever, not getting anywhere. It's a hard decision, and there's not always, I can't tell you which one to do. This just tells you that option means there may not be a winning end. There may be losers and winners, or all losers in this game right here. You just have to decide what's best for your family, and he's going to have to decide what's best for him. Because I don't believe your father is the one that's going to make the decision here.
Yes, that's right. And also, I want also to know in general about the sibling thing, about the issue about sibling.
Your father's sibling or your husband's sibling?
My father's not father's sibling. It's just like my brother and sisters.
So the potential is still there. This is the Ace of Cups, which means potential. There's a cup here with a chalice, a golden chalice with a lot of water everywhere. Water is emotion and water is love. So there's still a potential there. I don't know exactly what you're asking, but this is how I'm feeling it. There is still potential for love. There's still a potential for growth. There's still a potential for connection in regards to the siblings that you're speaking of. So I don't know how you asked if that's in regards to you and your family or for them, but there still is hope. There's always potential. The potential ends when you want it to end. When you close the door final and when death is over, that's usually when it's over. But as long as there's breath in your lungs, there's always a chance still for that potential for that love to grow again and to make amends and to still keep those connections going. Doesn't always mean it's easy. There might be a lot of water tears involved as well, but the potential is still there. And I'm feeling that there's still hope to make amends at some levels for some of them.
Okay, and that's all that you see on the card? Nothing about something in the future?
I can, but I think we're almost going to be wrapping up here in a second, unfortunately. Okay. I'll give you a quick one because I'm usually good at the first one. And it's reversed. I'm sorry, it's not reversed. Empress. That's weird. I can go two ways here, but feel I have. Empress usually means creativity. It can sometimes mean pregnancy. So I don't know. I don't like to say medical things. If you're looking for pregnancy, this is telling you now is the time. If you're not looking for pregnancy, this is telling me this is still a chance for people to come around and hug each other. This is a chance for everyone to be around each other. And this is a chance to make amends and grow that family because the world is tough out there.
Okay.
I hope that helps a little bit on some level.
Thank you so much.
Take care, Jeanette. I'm sorry if I can't say your name right. Wow, 30 minutes go back fast. Again, hopefully I'll get all this stuff ready for you next time, and we'll be a little bit better on video. But you can always reach me at sototaro.com. You can reach me on Facebook at sototaro6. I'm always available. I'm always around. You'd be surprised if you like my deck. You can check at thegamecrafter.com/games/sototaro. Look at thegamecrafter.com. Look under Sototaro. You'll find my cards as well. But again, it's been a pleasure to be here on A1R Radio, and it's a pleasure to be on Moonstruck TV as well. Hope to see you soon.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soto Tarot. Explore. Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to talk about the astrology and cosmic weather over the next 10 days or so, and it is quite a doozy, if I must say. There's a lot going on, and it's reminders certainly to delve into our personal comforts, our personal luxuries, our personal places that we find comfort in, for sure. Before I begin, welcome. And I am in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I am a psychic medium, artist, grandmother. I'm many things to many people. And I will say this, I have an art show coming up. It's on May 14th, Wednesday, May 14th at 5 p.m. In St. Boniface. You can go to my website if you are interested. I'm releasing an oracle deck. I have channeled 44 paintings over the last 2 years, this project, and I wrote messages for them and created this oracle deck, and it really came together in a very organic process. So it wasn't planned out. It just kind of happened that way. And it really kicked off a much bigger piece for me. And I've discovered as I've been painting, I've been channeling a lot with painting, and I've had these really kind of crazy instances this last, maybe year. I realized I'm channeling a lot. I paint a lot of people I don't know. They're not scenery and ducks and things I like unusual. I don't know. I paint out of my mind and on my imagination, and I've had about 6 different instances in the last 6 months that they turned out to be people I haven't met yet. And I thought that, and I kid you not, and in weird ways. And when I do medium work, I tune inward to the voice and impressions showing me things, telling me things. When I'm painting, it's very intensely so for hours, and until I feel like I'm at a place where the painting is done. And I do have these paintings not on my website so much, but I do have them on my personal Facebook. And I've had people come in for sessions, and it turns out to be their lost loved one. And this has been pretty profound for me, I have to say, because my whole life as a medium, learning that skill, because I don't know that I knew I was a medium my whole life. I feel like it was organic and evolved. I realized I'm painting people, what I'm seeing in my mind, and lo and behold, and I even up to like 2 days ago, I had somebody come forward with a particular painting, and the painting was called Forgiveness. And in my mind, when I was painting that, I knew the man in the painting had died through his own action. And it was an interesting piece because as the person who's claiming the painting coming forward, it really brought me to a place of recognizing and grateful and gratitude that spirit is everywhere all the time. And sometimes we feel really disconnected to our loved ones. They're there, and they can come in on a butterfly's wing. They can come in on a musical note. They can come in on a fragrance, on the wind, on the walk to work. So there's lots of different ways. And so I've always been able to want to paint what's in my head when I say, oh, he looks like this. Now I'm like painting it. So it's kind of an interesting piece. And I am having sessions like this now. I'm sort of integrating it a little bit, and that you can book a session with me around that if you like. More to come on that. Okay, let's get started. I said to share that with you because it was really profound. It kind of shook me a little bit, this painting. And I wish I had it. I'd just hold it up and show it to you, but shoot. Okay, missed opportunity. Let's get into it, folks. Thanks for hanging in there. You can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. I'm on, don't find me on social media. You can, anything you need to know about me really is actually on my website. Just go there. I will never reach out to you on any social media platform. I won't message or tell you need readings. You gotta pick me. You gotta call. I have a phone number, actually. You gotta call or text the phone number because I'm old school that way. Anyway, let's get started. You ready, folks? Okay, we're gonna start with just a bit of the astrological overview, and then I'm gonna get into a message with each of the signs. And so we now have the sun in Taurus. Happy birthday, our little Tauruses. It's a reminder for all of us that keep steady on your journey right now, folks, and really ground yourself. Take care of practical tasks, to-do lists, concerns. This would be a great time to fix up your home a little bit, maybe rearrange your furniture, get a fresh plant or something. You could even be starting your seeds or getting, thoughts around your garden. This is a really good time to start looking at some of that commitment stuff. That the sun in that will ignite action, will ignite ideas, will sort of fire you up around some of that. And I feel like it's a good time to really reflect on upcoming commitments, things that you might be signing, you may be committing to, you could be coming on to. And this is even a really great time to form a habit. And so if you're like feeling pretty committed to, your 10,000 steps a day or whatever that is, now's the time, folks. Little Taurus and Taurus's energy. And so we also have Mercury retrograde, and it's ending, and we're still in that kind of shadow. Yes, I know it's come to an end. There's not it kind of comes in as an arch and kind of leaves things kind of, if you can imagine, almost like an opposite domino effect. So as they've kind of toppled down with the Mercury retrograde, now they're coming back up. It takes a bit more work when they come back up, by the way. And so it's something that it's clarity, lots of moments of clarity, of periods of delay that, communications, planning, or decision-making that had been going on, things breaking out. Now breaking down, we finally get clarity around some of this, what might have the trigger been, what might have been going on, what was going on around that, how come it's, now you'll get some answers. And that's sometimes the tough part, to be honest with you, is, it was all going wrong because of A, B, and C. And so you might get some insight as Mercury goes direct and we start to feel that really that forward motion and communications, things coming up, got to take care of it, old details, things that you might have forgot. Hey, you could have a tax payday coming up, got to close out your taxes for the year or something like that. And then we've got the full moon in Scorpio, and that's a pretty intense full moon, and it's hidden emotions, secrets, or power dynamics, and that could be going on with people, social, friends, partners, things around you. What needs to be released is going to be brought to the surface. It is meant as a healing moon, and around being honest with yourself, your own shadow side. So the Scorpio moon won't let you off the hook. And so you could have some really deep emotional insight into relationships, your home, your body, your emotions, that you're ready to release. You're like, you might have a vice that you're like, I need to get rid of it. And this would be a good time with that Taurus moon, Taurus sun and the Scorpio full moon, really giving you that commitment and that intensity needed to really move something forward, And then we got Venus going into Taurus, so joining around values of things. And so with the sun and Venus, relationships could deepen, pleasures could deepen. It could be a very sexy time for a few folks out there. I feel like it's also a time of reconnecting, getting out into your neighborhood, your community. It could be a time of really connecting to your body, getting out and being physical, taking care of your body, whether you're adorning your body in new clothes or you're out there going for hikes. It's something that we're going to find that we're placing more value on our health, more so than maybe just our wealth. So there's going to be real focus for people in different ways around well-being, health, and all of that. Then we've got Mars, Venus's counterpart in Pisces, which is a much gentler action. It's, looking at compassion over conflict, driven by maybe, and we might be really driven into intuition, artistry, the psychic, the dreamy realms. I can feel a bit confusing, but it's really creative and healing. And we got that theme of healing kind of strung through this next 10 days. Of real opportunities for all of us to find that in some way and to channel and move it and ground it, whether it's artistically, whether it's physically, whether it's savings, making commitments, signing new leases, cleaning out your cupboards. Like it's going to feel like the next 10 days that we're preparing for action. And indeed, because when Mars hits that Aries time frame, it's joining a plethora of other planets that action moving forward this summer, very particularly for a lot of folks. This is going to be a busy summer of a lot of maybe short driving trips, lots of like buzzing around, lots of getting around. I feel like it's going to be kind of a hotbed of a bit of uncertainty for a bit, but sorting out, folks. All right, so let's get into each of the signs. We've got sun, moon, and rising. Again, your divine masculine, your divine feminine, and your ascendant. However you really identify with each of those, your divine feminine is your home, your body, your emotions. The sun signs your divine masculine. That's kind of what you do out there in the world, friends, family, community, work, those types of things. And then your ascendant is your daily routines, how you kind of bring that across, if I give you in a nutshell. So Aries, the fog lifts. Boy, oh boy, Mercury direct in your, it's going to reawaken you, your voice, your confidence. You're going to say what you mean and mean what you say. Look out, world. Here comes Aries. And a truth is going to come to light around the full moon and honor your transformation with this. This could be very much about how you handle things there, Aries, how you see it, how you handle it, how you deal with it. So remember that when you're really stepping into some new energy, and you've got some pretty powerful planets dumping into your sign this year. You've got Neptune, you've got Saturn coming, really offering you some structures as we get closer to the end of the year there, my beautiful Aries. Tauruses, sun, moon, rising. Boy, Taurus, you got Venus and the sun. Ooh la la. This is really about stepping into your solar season of grace and power. Like, man, you guys are going to smell good, look good. I feel like this Scorpio full moon is going to bring relationships to a head, releasing old ones, and possibly having some dynamic spaces for new ones with real connection. And Venus is coming home to you to really help you get in tune with your home, your body, yourself, getting it springtime. Maybe you're like, love's in the air, I'm ready to step out. And if you're single and ready to mingle, this would be the time. If I would even say this would be the time if you were really wanting to change jobs or change where you live, like really, and if it's all very relational for you, like you might know everybody you work with. You could go into a completely different work environment, develop new relationships. So it's some big stuff for you guys. This next 7 to 10 days, you're going to get a taste of that. Gemini, sun, moon, rising. Mercury, as it stations and goes direct, your inner world is going to make sense again. So all of these weird signs and symbols and things you couldn't figure out, you're finally going to come to light with a lot of things, Gemini, where you're like, I get it now. Old friends, forgotten dreams, hidden wounds, maybe people from the past. Maybe there's a bunch of jerks from high school you run into, and they remind you, how well you're doing in your life and how you never want to go back there. And this is going to be a time where your energy and your mood is actually going to clear and pick up speed. And you're going to really find some energy in this, especially with the planet Uranus kind of joining that Mercury energy. Going to be some powerful stuff for you guys there, Geminis. Cancerians, sun, moon, rising, that Scorpio moon lights up your creative and romantic life. And, it's going to be about releasing emotional baggage and not carrying it into any new connections. If you're single or if you're just starting this new relationship, that you could be really be around, control issues, and that it could be old partners, old friends, old people. And I feel like this is a time for you to release that. I feel like this is a time where you might find real, community calling. You can find yourself volunteering. You can find yourself being included, tapped on the shoulder. You can find yourself very much reconnecting to communities and feeling a real sense of belonging that way. So it's going to be pretty good for you guys, little Cancerians. Leos. Oh, Leo, this is going to be around your career. It could be really picking up speed. You can come to a real major realization around your job, your career, your direction. You could find you have some buried ambitions that come to light, and you're like, wow, I really want to follow up with this. I didn't know I had this opportunity. Things in your personal life might have been a bit bumpy, and you might actually find that this is a bit of a distraction, that this is a bit of something that you could pour yourself into to distract yourself from your personal life. And it could feel quite freeing and very building your confidence, which is going to be great for you, Leos. And so this next 7 to 10 days, you're going to get taste of how appreciated you are in your job or career. And it feels like good stuff. Virgos, sun, moon, rising, and you're being asked to trust what you can't see, taste, feel. Have faith, have trust. This Scorpio full moon is going to highlight your own limits, your own educational limits, your own spiritual limits. And you could have a shift in your faith. You could have a shift in the truth of things for you, how you see things in the big picture. You could have an epiphany or a moment with spirit, that spirit reminds you that you're not alone, reminds you that you are in the right path, reminds you of people you need to get rid of, and maybe people you need to reconnect with. And so this is going to be, I would pay attention to all the signs and symbols that come up, because I feel like you could be in for a real spiritual awakening. We know, I feel like anyone listening all knows how pleasant that always is, right? Keep smiling, Virgo. I tease a little bit. It could be profound. I'll say that. Libras, that full moon brings financial and energetic exchanges into focus. So what are you giving? What are you receiving? Is it reciprocal? Are you getting enough? Are your values there? Are you being valued? And especially with that Venus moving into Taurus, it's time to really anchor your value. That could be what you're healing. You could be healing your value, how you're valued, how people have valued you, how you've seen yourself in the past, how people have seen you in the past, and how you made it personalize that. And this is going to be a real time of healing for you. Hey, Scorpio lets no one off the hook. And it's really deep and transformative, because we have to understand we also have a very key transit with Pluto and with Mars, and it really around power and action, and for everybody. And although Pluto feels like the slower moving energy, it comes together with Mars, with Pluto's in Aquarius and Mars in Pisces, and it really brings us to logic and spiritual awakenings, and really coming in tune with our higher selves, our higher ascensions. This next 10 days really gives us opportunities to move forward on some personal blocks that we've all been experiencing. Like if you've been looking for work and you're like, I can't find work and I don't know what's going on, or I can't find a partner and I don't know what's going on, or I'm always broke and I don't know what's going on. Well, that's full moon in Scorpio is going to give us all some revelations around what that actually means for us, and highlight where we need to transform things. So everyone's sort of in that energy, and I'm not leaving Libras or Scorpio. Now I'm going to go to Scorpio, but not leaving anybody out of that. Because Scorpio, man, you got that full moon in your sign, and you've also got Venus in Taurus joining the sun. And I just feel like it stirs your subconscious, and it's really making you think about your emotional needs, what no longer serves you. There's a huge evolution for you here. Standing in your own power, even if it means walking away, you're transforming. Don't resist the alchemy. Don't resist the transformation. It could shuttle some people out of your life and shuttle some new people in. You could have to suddenly make some decisions about where you live and where your business is, what you're doing, and it could come up in a bit of a flurry of things that were percolating back there in your head for a while, and now it's going to come up. And this full moon's really going to highlight where that is and what kind of commitments you need to make to get to what you want. How about that? And the values around that and how you're valued around that. So there's some big stuff for you guys. My little Scorpios, hang in there. Saggies, this is a time that you're going to be really looking at yourself, looking inward. You've also got all that that Mercury energy going forward. You're going to find the words to express yourself where you have felt stuck. You could find the words in conflicts that have felt never ending, or, sometimes could have felt a bit pointless or felt like they weren't getting anywhere. And you could finally get somewhere in some of these things, and maybe you're finally being heard or understood. You could find this is a really creative time for anybody who's a writer, writing, poet, poetry, planning, school, education, writing papers. You could really find a flow of thought or idea. And that, you might even want to write down some of these ideas. This could be a really powerful time for you guys, Sagittarians, to be bubbling those ideas, those innovations, those new ways of looking at things, because I feel like as we get deeper into Gemini season in a few weeks, you're going to have lots of commitment and action and energy around those. And even with partner, this could be about both of you coming on board to take care or get on task with something. So it could be pretty exciting for little Sagittarians that way. Capricorns, sun, moon, rising, friendships, social circles, alliances, who's in, who's out. Don't hold on to people out of obligation. Make sure you guys are aligned and that you feel aligned with people, situations, communities, environments around you. This could be a time where the full moon brings clarity around who's in alignment, who's not in alignment, what situation, job, or work environment is or not. And that this is going to be a time that you won't take any fluffy talk, fluffy thoughts. This is going to be a time that collaborations and cooperations have to be deeply rooted in authenticity, or they have to be authentically aligned to who you are and where your plans are. Because the last 7 years, you guys are put through this crazy transit where you could have worked extra hard at everything and things felt very resistant. And now the final planet, which was Pluto, moved out of your sign. And this is a time for you to really find your power, your identity, who aligns with you. That could even include long-term social circles, friend circles, collaborations that you've had that you can now find you're stepping into a new way of working, living, being. Could be doing some deep soul searching around some of this. So some pretty big stuff for you guys, for your little Capricorns the next little while. Aquarius, sun, moon, rising, our little Aquarians. Career energy builds. This could be project endeavors. an educational career, if you're looking at going back to school, this is going to be where energy builds, where you might start to realize, this might be what I want to do. This might be something that I want to take on. This might be something I want to focus on. And that full moon is going to really shine a light on any personal endeavors, professional shifts, your public identity, any long desired sort of achievements. Mercury direct's going to help you express your ideas more clearly. You might be able to finally put words to some of your thoughts that have been happening for yourself, that you might have been deeply introspective and carrying this big weight in your head of all these ideas and creative things and things you want to get started on. And you're going to now find that you can maybe actually get started on them, that you might be able to look at them in a more realistic action light, and that they could actually be in alignment with what you do for volunteer, for work, for your day-to-day routines or your project or endeavors. But it really does have, I feel like, an opportunity for you to express yourself in a way that you're really quite pleased. You feel like you have value and productive. So if it's not a paid endeavor, it's something where it does certainly add to your productivity there, Aquarians. Pisces, sun, moon, rising. The water's clear. Mars in your sign gives energy. You could feel, it can feel a bit driven in your spiritual and your intuition. You could find yourself in dreamland for quite, you could be very motivated by, interpreting your dreams, diving down to metaphysics, really looking at psychology, the psychological actions behind people, things. You could be analyzing all of these. You could be really deep into your own spiritual journey. You could have some pretty profound awakenings. And this full moon is going to really bring highlights around some of this in your belief systems, and who your teachers were, who your mentors were, where did this information come from? And this is going to be some pretty deep, reflective information for you guys over the next 7 to 10 days. That these little perks of things that are going to pop up will give you some bang for our buck. We're going to get deep insights into small, what we think is serendipitous actions or coincidences, or even if you just think things are random, it's going to be some really profound insights for Pisces and for all of us, frankly, in different ways. And again, this is a time over the next 7 to 10 days that with this full moon in Scorpio is a deeply transformational one, even in terms of world or mundane events. That we've got this next, Canada here, we've got an election coming up. We've got deeply transformative ideas that are going to get put into actions. And it's going to really move from this idea, and this is what I like, this idea of divisiveness. I like that it's moving more into collaboration, building, grounding, unity. There could be lots of activity coming up and talk around any sort of, again, mining, earth energies, earthquakes, earth mining, earth ecosystems. All of these things are going to be topics of conversation around their values and how they play in for everybody. That this isn't just about real estate. There could be lots around housing. There could be lots around the markets and housing. They could be really trying to rebuild an economy on housing. And looking at all those things in the ground, on the ground, and transporting over the ground are going to be some big topics of conversation. We could see some interesting news stories over the next 7 to 10 days for sure. And so hopefully you join me each Tuesday. I'll be back next Tuesday to talk more astrology. And I look forward to seeing everybody. And if you want to RSVP to my art show, please RSVP. It'll fill very quickly. And we only have so many spots, and I would love to see people there. Go to my website if you want to know more information about my Oracle deck, which will be coming out soon, and you can get your pre-order in. I do look forward to seeing everybody again. You can have a great 7 days. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everybody, or evening or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm Shelley Devine with Infinite Soul Connections, and I want to talk about Mother Earth for a little bit, just while I'm waiting for my caller. Here in Southern California, yesterday we had a pretty big earthquake, and my immediate reaction was to ask Mother Earth if she was hurt. And what she told me was no, it was actually a shift in energy. But my guides came through with a message that I'd like to share with you right now. They say, sing of love and gratitude in honoring Mother Earth. Heal her wounds and make her whole. She gives us life. She gives us breath. She gives us joy. All is well and love abounds. She sustains us and provides us with everything we need. So be kind to her. Be kind to all the animals, the plants, the trees, all of life. For they're part of us, part of the earth, of the breeze. So that was a message from my guides. Thank you. And I am looking forward to taking a caller and giving a reading. So, gonna shuffle some cards here while I wait. Also want to mention, if I do a reading for you, if you want a mediumship, an evidential mediumship, which is my specialty, you can go to my website, and if you sign up for my newsletter, you can have the reading at half the cost. My website is InfiniteSoulReadings.com. So go check it out. There's many different levels of mediumship readings. And I am so ready for my caller. Judy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, love?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good. So are you looking for a oracle card reading today, or what are you looking for?
Well, whatever you think the spirit needs to tell me. I'm, I got some things going on in my life, and I'm not sure which way to go. So I want to see what's going on.
All righty. Sounds good.
Energy.
Okay. There were some cards. All right. So, let's see. So the first thing that I see that pops into my mind is this big bright star, and it's like around you. It's almost like a halo, but it's around you, and it's beautiful. Okay. And it's bright. I'm calling it a star because that's what I was told to call it. It looks like a sun, but I'm told to call it a star.
Okay.
And that's a guiding star, okay? That's going to guide you on your way. So you have you have guides and angels. Do you know that? Do you know about that?
I don't know. I'm just learning all this. So, no, I don't know a lot about it. So if there's a guide that you want to tell me about, I would love that.
Well, this guide is showing me this star, and what it means to me, like what it means to me is like the North Star. And the North Star is the direction that you're focused on or should be focused on. Does that make sense? So,
yeah.
Okay, so they're showing me that they are guiding you to your North Star. And then now let me look at the card. Okay, so, oh, this card is awesome. Okay, so this card starts out telling me that there's like this desolate, dry land, dry desert kind of land that I feel like you are going through or have just come through. And there's this mountain peak that goes straight up. And inside this beautiful globe is a wonderful tree, beautiful tree. I'm going to call it the tree of life because that's what it feels like. So you're being guided out of the desert, up this peak to this tree of life. And then beyond that, way beyond that, are these mountains that you're going to climb. And there are guides and stars. There's also fairies, a lot of fairies on your way guiding you.
Okay.
So what this card is saying to me is that you're definitely on your path, and you've got this wonderful trajectory, and it's actually kind of reminding me of the North Star that I just said, because it's pointing up to it. I'm going to show you the card. I'm not sure if you could see it, but there's the desolate land. There's the coming up to the tree of life, and there's all these mountain peaks on top. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with the camera. There we go. And I don't know if you can see this or if you're just on the phone, but it's a beautiful feeling, and it's a beautiful scene, and it tells me that you're headed straight for your North Star. Now I do have another card. Okay. And this card again has a lot of fairies in it. And fairies are with you whether you believe in them or not. I didn't believe in them until I believed in them and saw them. But they are with you, and you've got these beautiful white roses. White roses to me are a remembrance of loved ones that have passed.
Okay.
Okay.
I've been feeling like my mom has been with me a lot lately, so maybe that's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what the white roses mean to me, is that a loved one that's passed. And if you're feeling her, absolutely, she is there with you. Even if you didn't feel her, she's there with you. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So again, this one has that bright halo around the head and these beautiful robes, but it's walking away from me towards the North Star, towards your path, where you're supposed to go. And there's a lot of people. There's a lot of beings. I'm not sure that, no, they're not, they're not human, but there's a lot of beings, guides, angels, all sorts of light beings. It's the best way I can describe it, because there's so many different types. And you are just free flowing, walking right straight towards your North Star. I'm going to show you this card as well.
Beautiful.
Down here are the white roses. And these are all the fairies right here. But that's you.
Okay.
And you're facing, you're leaving the past behind, and you're facing towards the direction that you are supposed to be facing.
Okay, so I'm doing the right thing.
You're doing the right things. Let's see. Do you have any more questions?
Well, I was just going to ask you, what's the difference? And if you don't have time to answer it, it's okay. What's the difference between a fairy and a guide? Where you said I have lots of fairies around me.
Yeah, completely different. Guides are here to guide you and to support you and to love you. Fairies are creatures on their own, and they're interdimensional, and they have that real playful, but sometimes a little bit naughty. So things in your house, like if you set down your lipstick and you go back to get it just a little bit later and it's gone, it's probably the fairies.
Yeah.
Because they like to play, but they are complete. They're beings. They're some of the unseen beings until you can see them. Guides are with you to guide you on your path. Now, I know I said there's a lot of fairies around you. These fairies seem to be they seem to be helping along as more support. Okay? But your guides are definitely separate, and then angels are separate, but they do the same thing. The angels love you unconditionally, just like your guides do. But the angels, you need to invite them in if you want them to intervene in your life, because they won't intervene unless invited. They're there, they're watching over you. They will come in an emergency when it's not your time, something happens. Yeah, they'll intervene. But in daily life, you have to ask them, say, angels, I know that you're here, and I invite you to help me in my life, to help guide me, to help heal me, whatever you need. A lot of times I'll ask my angels to wrap their wings around me when I need healing or when I'm having some anxiety or something. And then, so if you talk to your angels, that's going to bring them in as well. Does that make any sense?
And I talk to my spirit, yes, but is spirits the same as angels? Because I always ask my spirit to let me know what I need to know.
Okay, so
you want to tell me.
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it, because spirit is kind of the umbrella term that is used, and it includes guides, angels, loved ones, higher ups, your higher self. Spirit is spirit. And so if you just talk to spirit, absolutely, you're talking to your guides. I'm just saying, maybe say angels. I say guides and angels. I love you so much. And spirit also has your loved ones that have passed. So spirit is a big umbrella term for that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does. You've been very, very helpful. Yeah.
Okay. I am just about out of time, but I would love for you to please go to my website or email me at infinitesoulreadings@gmail.com. And I'd love to answer questions. And if you want to work with me on any of this, I would love to do that.
Great. No, thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. And my time is up. So I'm going to say I love you. Bye-bye and kisses.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Ask Bella Maria with Bella Maria. Bella Maria. Live from AskBellaMaria.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ask Bella Maria on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Okay, well, that was a great introduction. I am Bella Maria, and I am the celebrity psychic for California, of Northern California. So I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I've had this gift my whole life. But this has been something that I've been doing for a while. So my name is Bella Maria, and you are listening and watching Ask Bella Maria on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio, Psychic Radio. So I'm so looking forward to doing this show. This has been something in the making, and I'm glad to be back on A1R Radio. I was on this station when I first started. So it's nice to go back and come back and be here and do this, I guess, the way that I needed to. I've grown and I've done so much in these past lot of years. It feels like a short period of time, but it's been a really eventful time. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, and I've seen my kids grow. I homeschool them. And so for me, it's just really, really cool to go through this experience as a certified psychic medium. And I'm a certified spiritual romance coach. My learnings have been all kind of based on what I have experienced and what I've worked with my clients, but it's just sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. We are having a lot of storms here. So, but I just wanted to continue. Thanks. So I have to say, you're good. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, I want to tell you what I use. So my skills here is, I've done a lot of learning and a lot of growing, and I'm not like everyone else. Everyone has their thing and everybody is different. And I never really found a place like a home. And so I kind of had to create my own home. And I think being a person kind of like, person who kind of is eclectic, I, come from a Christian background. And so for me, I never knew if it was accepted or not accepted. There was a lot of people who had like judgments and things like that. And I had to kind of find my niche. And so I held true to my beliefs and to what I did and what I stayed true with and what I aligned with. And so I decided that I wanted to work with multiple tools. So I have this that was created for me, and it is a pendulum board. And the pendulum board is such a cool thing to have because it does say, yes and no, and I believe it's rephrase and then maybe. And so for me, this is a way for detailed questions to get answered. And so people ask me these questions. They go, oh, I want to know if Hubert really loves me. And then I could say, well, I get this and I feel this and I see this and that. But when I go onto here and I go and I, use my pendulum, and mine is a wood pendulum. So I use everything very organic. I don't use crystal because it does change. But, I go on and I do this and I connect and I say, God, Jesus, Archangel Michael, love, light, and peace. And then I kind of just do my little message and prayer, my blessing to protect myself. And then I say, message from the light, show truth and clarity to those who seek the truest path. And so what I do is I get myself connected. I ask for, the person's name, birth date, and then maybe Hubert's name. Obviously, I know his name, and then his birth date. And then we start with the questions and then we get into it. And that's what I found was like really, really good for me. And it worked really well. And so I started doing that. And then I use my angel. These ones I've had since like 2013. I got these. And these have been really, I've worked with them a lot. They give me my path and they give me my understanding of the person. I kind of can do the reading and then it's like almost like a confirmation when I pull the cards after. So I think what I want to do, and because we're really cut short and I'm so sorry, today I might not be able to do a reading, but I am going to pull I'm going to pull a card for everyone who is listening. So I hope that this kind of helps you and gives you some insight for the rest of your week, because we're still starting the week off, right? And this is February, the first week of the month of love. And so I have a card, and then we're going to talk about one superstitious thing for Valentine's. So let's pull a card real quick. Do we have time? Are we good? Just want to make sure. So I'm going to go ahead and start shuffling these cards. And I want to pick a card for all of those who are listening. Okay, here we go. These are my cards and I'm shuffling. So here we go. The Page of Fire. All right, there you go. Page of Fire. Ooh, that's an intense one. This one is great because you got the dragon, and you have, it looks like he's extending out. So that's really great because this is like new endeavors, exciting opportunities, keeping things like fresh and new, and being out there and putting yourself out there. So the month of February, we kind of are going to be doing that. We're getting ready for spring. We're getting ready for new love. It's the new season, right? Because every season has its thing. Well, we're going into a new season. So what's happening is that you're going to want to try to do something new. You're going to want to try to do something exciting and be original and creative and outgoing and, see where it goes. Throw something on the wall and see if it catches and if it works. So with that being said, I think this is a cool card because, you could be really mischievous because dragons kind of are mischievous, and so you can kind of be a little fun and creative and mischievous and have fun. And that is your card, the Page of Fire. There you go. I don't know if it's going to show. There we go. All right. I know it's kind of blurry. I'm sorry, people. This is all new to me. I'm trying. So I want everybody to we're going to go ahead and do real quick. We're going to do a superstitious Valentine. And so the one thing that I got here was from appleyardflowers.com. And I thought it was really cute. So we're going to just go through one, and it's ghostly going. So in Halloween and Valentine's Day, people like women would join forces on the superstitious tradition. And this old superstition was kind of where you had really gusty girls, and they would go to the local graveyard at midnight on the 13th of February. They would run around the church 12 times, chanting a prescribed poem with the hope of conjuring a ghostly vision of the man that they would marry. And I thought that was super cute because, that's really cute little tradition and superstition. And maybe they got their vision and insight of, what they wanted to, what they saw of their new person. And I thought, that was such a cute little superstition, a tradition that, maybe I've never really heard of it, but I thought it was the coolest thing. So I'm always kind of curious if somebody's already done something like that. I would love to see that. And so we have 2 minutes left on this show, and unfortunately it was very short. So, but I wanted to tell you guys, please make sure if you guys have questions or you want to, be a guest or do anything, please contact me at askbellamaria.com, and you can fill out the contact form and contact me. I don't take calls, but you can send me a text message, and feel free to reach out. And you can also reach out to A1R Radio, and they can go ahead and pass the information on to me. But please participate. Please be on the show. If you want to ask a question, ask me a question. Superstitions, omens, anything that you want and you're kind of curious about, I would love to do research on it and be able to give you those answers. So if you have a question on love and romance, I'm more than happy to do that. I'm certified under Patty Negri, and I'm certified under Dr. Ava Cadell, the love therapist, Hollywood stars. So thank you so much. I'm so glad to have seen you, to be here on this new show, Ask Bella Maria, on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. Have a wonderful week, and I'll see you next time.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. 877. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, an angelic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist. My website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. My Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us, and my Instagram is @AngelMargaretP. While we are waiting for a caller, I have some upcoming events to tell you guys about. Real quick, I would like to thank everyone who joined me on Saturday for journeying into the angelic realm. It was an amazing class. I was so honored to share my knowledge and share space with all of you. It was beyond wonderful. If you are interested, if you took that class, or if you took my Angels Basics class previously, you can take my May 17th class at Circle of Miracles from 10 to noon. It is Sacred Angelic Practices. That is angel energy healing. So we're going to talk a little bit more about angels, get a little more into detail about them, and then we're going to learn how to heal with the angels. So if you want to sign up for that class, again, check out my Facebook page. May 17th is Sacred Angelic Practices, and you can sign up for that. If you would like to take that class, but you have not taken Journey into the Angelic Realm or Angelic Basics yet, then shoot me a message, and we will see if we can't get you into the Journey into the Angelic Realm class before May 17th, so you can join us all at Circle of Miracles on May 17th in person and learn how to do angelic energy healing and also get some hands-on practice doing it. Also, real quick, May 3rd at Valley Green Inn, we are all going to meet at 10 a.m. in the morning for our healing circle. That is free. You can come and get a healing. You can come and be healed. You can come and heal other people who show up. It's whatever you want. It's free. We're going to hang out. We're going to socialize a little bit and heal some people and go from there. We did that at the beginning of April this month. It was really fantastic and awesome, and it will be another fantastic and awesome day on May 3rd. Shantae, how are you today?
Hi.
How can I help you today?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, cool. Always helps when we can hear each other. How can I help you today?
Yes, I was just wanting a general reading, if possible.
This call will be recorded. This call?
Absolutely. So let's take a look and see what the angels want you to know. Ooh. So, Shantae, you have an angel cousin coming through. Just kidding. So the first card is actually Chantal. Chantal comes to let you know that new romance is imminent. Now, this, sometimes this card means like romantic romance. Because it talks about a new romance being imminent, but more importantly, and believe it or not, more often when Chantal comes into the picture, it is more to tell you that you are going to find a new love for life. You're going to find a new hobby. You're going to find something that ignites your passion. And it feels like this is going to happen within the next 3 or 4 months for you. And you're kind of, this new love of yours is kind of, again, it's going to ignite your passion for life. It's going to kind of help to make you feel like you're alive again.
Okay.
With that, we have Grace and Antoinette coming. And Grace and Antoinette come to us when we need to take a step back and look at somebody else's perspective. Now, it's interesting that they come up after Chantal. So that tells me that, you're going to have some people in your circle as you start finding this new love and this new interest that, like, you're going to be so excited about. You're going to have some people, unfortunately, in your circle who are kind of going to not necessarily be wet blankets, but they're not going to throw a parade for you either. They're going to be like, why is that making you so happy? They're not going to understand it. And here's the great news. They don't have to understand it. You just need to understand it. You need to understand that, once you feel that happiness, once you let that joy come in for this new love of your life, this new adventure that you're getting ready to embark on, allow yourself to stand in the joy and the excitement and the happiness of that. Allow yourself to stand in the passion of that. And, again, everybody else doesn't have to understand why you feel the way you do. You're the only one who it matters if you feel it and if you see it and if you experience it. Does that make any sense?
Yes, ma'am.
And wow, you've got lots of good stuff coming. Oh my gosh. So our next card is Carissa, and Carissa is coming to tell you that you're going to end a cycle in your life. And I think part of this is pretty important because when you see these people, again, who are in your circle who aren't being necessarily 100% supportive of you and, your new interest, that doesn't mean you have to completely cut them out, but I do see like some rearranging of your circle being needed, where you put people who are more supportive closer to you and those who are kind of like, oh, really? That's what's got you so excited? You want to kind of push them to the outer part of your circle. Again, doesn't mean you have to completely disconnect from them, but you just want to we all want to keep the healthy and most supportive people closest to us, and then kind of those who are less and less supportive on the outer fringes. So that's what Carissa's talking about when she's talking about the end of the cycle coming to your life. She is talking more about you kind of reprioritizing your circle of people, your circle of friends, and your support network. Kind of shuffling it up a little bit. Does that make any sense?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to ask, do you have any clue what this new thing you're going to be doing in the next couple of months is?
No. Not right off the bat, but...
What do you do for work?
I do healthcare, like home health care.
Mm-hmm. Because this feels kind of almost like hobby type related. It feels very relaxing to you. What do you do for self-care now?
Just the basic nails, hair, that type of thing. I like to get a massage here and there. I do plan on trying to start a like an event rental business. I was going to get like a 360 photo booth and things of that nature and rent them out to the events and parties and clubs and lounges around town. So maybe it has to do with that.
Do it. Jump on it and do it, because the angels are here telling you the time is right. This very well, like I said, it seems almost hobby related. Maybe if you're lucky, if you work hard enough and you ask the angels to help you, your new hobby can be your new job.
Right.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Yes.
So again, allow yourself, to just open up to the possibilities and allow yourself to just be in that moment of joy. You were given the idea to do these photoshops and these photo booths for a reason. Sometimes people think ideas just kind of come from wherever, but 9 times out of 10, I believe ideas are really just spirit talking to us. And sometimes, we don't always recognize that it's spirit talking to us till later. But again, you've got all these good things coming. Do not let the naysayers, don't let people say, oh, you got to work hard to run your own business. Yeah, you got to work hard to run your own business, but Spirit's telling me you're not afraid of hard work.
Right, no, I'm not.
So, and Spirit's telling me that you are a getter-doner. You get things done, and when you see something that's got to be done, you're on it, you get it done, you move on, get to the next thing. And that's what entrepreneurs, we need that kind of spirit.
Right. Okay.
So anything else I can help you with today, Chantal?
If they're giving anything on my love life or my friend that just recently passed, a message from her, anything I like that too.
Okay, let's take a look and see about your love life first, since that's what you asked for first. Okay, so you've got some very interesting love life cards that came up here. So, the first card that came up is the engagement. And believe it or not, what I'm hearing is this isn't even talking about an engagement to somebody else. This is more talking about what I see is, and it's very interesting because I'm hearing a very similar timeline. We talked about, your new love life coming the next 2, 3, 4 months. I hear this engagement needs to happen in the next 3 months. And the engagement it's talking about is the angels want you to kind of be with you a little more. They want you to focus on what makes you happy, what makes you feel good. You've already started, you do the hair, or you do the nails, you do massages. That is fantastic. I give you kudos for taking care of yourself because, a lot of people talk about self-care and, some people think self-care is easy. And, self-care takes effort. It takes effort to take a minute and say, okay, I'm going to do this for me and y'all just got to wait a minute. So the angels want you to kind of connect with yourself a little more in the next couple months as you're getting ready for this new love that's coming into your life. Allow yourself to kind of delve into what you like about you more. Delve into that deeper part of you that makes you that go-getter and that get-her-done person. Dive into that. Start to get to know yourself a little better. As you're doing that, the red flag card came up. Like I said, for the next 3 months, you are to spend time getting to know you more so that when you are ready, you can go forward and move through that. Now, one other quick piece of advice, because we are almost out of time that the cards have for you, is to completely release your ex. So as you're getting to know yourself, as you're looking into yourself, also take a moment, release your ex. And anybody can do this. If you have a relationship that is over, but you're having a hard time releasing them, imagine that relationship and put that relationship in a bubble. Hand that bubble to Archangel Raphael. Ask Archangel Raphael to heal you and the other person from any harm or any hurts that have happened because of that, and then wish them well. It doesn't mean, if they did something wrong to us, it doesn't excuse that. It just means that it helps you to kind of release it and get moving on with your life so you don't stay stuck. I hope those were helpful advice for you there.
Yes, ma'am. It was. Thank you.
Awesome. You have a great day, and thank you for joining us.
You too. Bye.
And just a reminder, I am Margaret Phillips. You can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can also find me at Angels Always Around Us on Facebook and Angel Margaret P on Instagram. Lots of good things coming. Also, in June, check out my Facebook page. We have an awesome afternoon of workshops. I'm partnering with Bucks County Pranic Healing. I'm partnering also with Lena Chiro, who is a animal communicator. We'll have awesome things for you guys, so check out my Facebook page, check out that event. It's going to be amazing, and I will see you guys next Tuesday. I hope you all have an awesome week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
You're watching Love Life with Katana Star Happy Easter. I hope everyone has a wonderful few days off, a bit of a break. For those who are going away, I hope you stay safe in your travels or just enjoy some lovely time with family. So just a quick note, if you would like to book me for a private booking, I'm not going to be available until the 28th because my children are home from school and I'll be enjoying some holiday time with them. So to contact me, it's easiest to either send me a message through email, which you can find on my website, or send me a direct message on Facebook and we can arrange a booking then. Okay, so I hope everyone's been well. It is currently Good Friday. I hope you like my bunnies. They belong to my daughter. They're a bit daggy, aren't they? A bit tragic. I couldn't resist. I actually asked for permission this morning. I said, look, can I use your rabbit ears for my show today? And she said, okay. Normally she's really quite possessive with them, but she gave her blessing, so that was good. All right, I'm going to pull out a collective message for those who are watching and listening, and I'll also be accepting a caller if we get one through. All right, so let me just focus. Collective message. Okay. And we got the Five of Pentacles. Okay, so the Five of Pentacles can be normally to do with feeling a bit restricted financially. Okay, so there might be some bills coming in that are, causing a bit of a problem for you financially with your plans. Hi, Anna. I'll be right with you. I'll just finish explaining the meaning of the Five of Pentacles. It can also mean feeling left out in relationships. It can also mean just that feeling of, that there's not the support there. But this card is a reminder that there is support coming, and this is a temporary situation. The Five of Pentacles, I guess it's just a little bit of when we let the blues get on top of us a bit and we start to get a bit pessimistic in finding hope on how to get out of these situations. But always the key is there. If you can see the card, the key is right there in the near the door for her to unlock this situation and set herself free. It's a sign that hope's always on the way. It's just going through the storm, so to speak, and the storm always clears. Okay. How are you, Anna? Hope you're well. Happy Easter.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What can I do for you this evening?
I would just like a general reading, please.
Yeah, no worries at all. I'm feeling drawn. I might read you with my Light Seers Tarot deck, if that's okay, Anna. I just pulled a collective message from that deck there, and I got the Five of Pentacles, and that can either apply to finances or relationships, feeling a little bit impoverished sometimes, especially when you've got plans and finances always just kept getting in the way. I've just had a couple of flyers there, Anna. General reading. Okay. The Knight of Cups is there. The Knight of Wands is there on the bottom of the deck, and that kind of signifies a character in your life who is somebody who might be luring you out to do some exciting things. They're a lot of fun, they're passionate, they're very exciting person to be around, very outgoing. So I'm not sure if that card's meant for you or not, but I'll pop it there. They can be a fire sign. They can be an Aries, Leo, or Sag. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
So there's the energy of the Knight of Wands. Now, as mentioned, that can be a person in your life, or it can actually be part of your own energy in something that's significant in your life at the moment. So I'm just quieting for a second here, Anna, and I'll get the rest of your cards out. The Knight of Wands is always fun. Oh, you've got the Empress, you've got the Four of Wands, and you've got the King of Cups. This is really nice energy, actually, and you've got the Ten of Wands as well. Okay, so the Empress, Anna. The Empress can mean, is the mother of the tarot. She's beautiful. She's the divine feminine. She signifies fertility. She signifies pregnancy. She also signifies the beginning of something new, a brand new project, okay? I'm not sure if you can see the screen, but here on the screen it shows a beautiful goddess with her belly swelling, and that really can signify, the birth of a baby, or it can signify the birth of a new opportunity. And next to the Four of Wands here, this is telling me that there's something that's about to happen in the home life that's really going to solidify and strengthen the foundation of your family life, okay? I've got the King of Cups energy here too. Now, do you mind if I ask, are you currently in a relationship, Anna?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so he would likely represent your partner's energy. Now, you don't have to answer me live or not, because I realise that these are public readings and some things are private, but there could be a possibility, I'm not sure if you've considered having children or not, there could be a possibility of a pregnancy there, okay? The King of Cups there would signify emotional contentment around that there's emotional contentment, that there's happiness, that there's quite a positive feeling in the home life. That's what I'm getting. Are you two married, if you don't mind me asking?
No, we're not.
There's potential marriage here, okay, because the Four of Wands can signify marriage and celebration, but I am getting quite beautiful energy there, all right? So I'm not sure if you're expecting or if that's something you're planning for or thinking about, but that would be quite nice energy if so, and all best if that's the situation. And look, here's the Two of Cups as well. The Two of Cups signifies a beautiful new relationship or a renewal of a relationship or just nice, positive, reciprocal flow of emotions in a relationship, okay? So let's have a look here. What's this Knight of Wands energy? That's what I'm wondering what this is about. Oh, look, I've got the Children card again here, Anna, and the Ten of Cups. I tell you what, you've got some beautiful energy around you with your home life and love and family. Is that making sense for you right now? Because I'd be really surprised if things were chaotic for you at the moment.
Yes, it does make sense. So the cards were the Two of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Ten of Cups, and what was it?
Yeah. So you got the Ten of Cups just fell on the floor, actually. Where'd that go? Here it is. You write the names of these cards down and you Google the meaning of them. I can't say the S word. Josh you not. Here we go.
Oh, no,
so
I already know the meaning
the King of Cups. Pardon?
I already know the meaning of them. I'm just curious. I'm missing one. So there's the Ten of Cups, the Two of Cups, the King of Cups, and the Page of, what was it?
Okay, you've got the Page of Wands and you've got the Six of Cups as well. That's what I was about to say. So I am getting very much children energy here and the birth of a baby possibly, but also children and fond memories from the past. The Page can represent a younger sort of energy as well, an inspiration to follow through with something. And that would tie into the energy of the Knight of Wands, okay? So did I say Page of Wands or Page of Cups? I meant to say Page of Wands, if so. And there is something here, though. There's a slight different energy here. Just with the Ten of Wands, it's just being mindful not to take too much on board, Anna, because you've got a lot of successful cards here when it comes to friendships, love, home life, happy home life, children. Really beautiful energy there. As you know, the Ten of Cups is probably the most beautiful card in the deck that you can pull, especially when it comes to love and relationships and family. You've got the Three of Cups here. That's why I'm picking up on the energy of a wedding. With the Four of Wands or staves or whatever you want to call it, the Three of Cups and the Four of Wands together can mean a wedding. All right. So I'm not sure if you've thought about getting married or if you're going to a wedding or not, but the energy is there very much around you. Okay. Now, with the Ten of Wands, this was a separate energy that I was about to tap into here for you, Anna. It's a very successful card that you've worked hard to put a lot of work into this situation, but it's also just asking you to be mindful of your stress levels and taking too much on, okay? Because the card literally shows her the character ready, got all her staves together, ready to build her house, but she's overburdened because there's just so much to do. Okay, so it's a little bit of it's a bit like that energy might be with you at the moment too. Now, I'm going to pull some oracle cards on top of all this. You've also got the Temperance card here. Temperance is beautiful. That's all about finding balance. So I think as things linking into that energy of the Ten of Wands, as things are sort of being thrown at you, because I think you've got so much coming up. You're going to be so busy. You're going to be to the point where you're going to be overwhelmed. But with Temperance here, you'll be able to find that balance. So that's a good sign. Now, I'm just going to do another shuffle and pull some oracle cards. Now, is that all making sense for you, Anna?
Yes, it is.
Wonderful. It's nice energy, I'll tell you what. Here we go. We've also got, oh, my goodness me. How much more positive can you get? This is wishes coming true, Anna. Wishes coming true. This is from the Modern Oracle deck, and this card means about making a genuine heartfelt wish, okay, putting it out there to the universe, and the universe is in alignment with you, my darling. At the moment, it's listening. I'll tell you what, everything's coming into a point of
Everything you've worked so hard for is going to be manifesting as we speak, okay? You are safe, secure, and stay put. That was the next card. So if you've got decisions about potentially moving house, I don't know, because the new home and new home improvement card there is there as well. That card can also mean within the next couple of months you might be doing some significant changes around the house, whether or not that's renovating or even consider moving, like I said. Whatever decision you make, you are safe, okay? The cards want you to know you are safe, stay put. Now, even if that means staying put and whatever you're doing around the home at the moment, to continue doing that, it's a sign that that you're on the right track there. Now, did you have any questions for me at this point?
No, I'm good.
Good. I'll keep going then. I'll keep pulling out some cards to see what other messages they've got for you and what else you need to know, Anna. Here we go. Oh, look, you've got the potential here. It says new business, growth, and new opportunities, okay? Now, there's a timing on this card that is up to 2 years. But basically, I'm really getting this as your year, Anna. There's going to be a heap of opportunities thrown at you, and there's communication around this. So this is potentially something that you've already started to consider. Have you thought about changing career or a new business or something like that?
Yeah, it's been in the works for a couple of years now.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's a good sign then, okay? And there's definitely an opportunity for growth there. There's the worry, guilt, and stress card. Again, I'm getting just be mindful of taking too much on, okay? That would tie into the 10 of Wands energy. So I kind of feel, in a nutshell, I feel lots of positive things are going to start happening in your home life. Like I said, a potential pregnancy, a potential marriage even. And then there's also those opportunities for new growth in the career place as well. There's lots of communication happening around that, but I'm also worried about this worried, stress, guilt card came out, and that's what is the only, I guess, hurdle in your way here is taking too much on. Are you someone who struggles to say no, Anna?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's the hardest thing in the world, isn't it? But that's something to maybe try practice doing, okay? And look here, I just got the be positive, yes card. So when oh my God, if you don't get a proposal, I am going to eat my bunny ears that I'm wearing. There's the contracts, commitment, marriage card that comes out. Okay, just a heads up. You could be getting a proposal. If not, there is a new contract of sorts or something like that. I'm not sure if you can see the screen. Okay. I'm getting marriage, I'm getting proposals, I'm getting children, I'm getting new business. I'm getting lots of nice energy with you, Anna. I do have to get going. I'm sorry. I've just had the prompt that there's only 30 seconds left, so I need to round up. I hope that reading was helpful for you. It was really positive, actually. One of the most positive readings I've done for someone this year. So good stuff. You keep putting it out there, darling. Whatever you're doing right. Everyone else, have a wonderful Easter. Stay safe, and I shall see you same time next week. Thank you so much.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network. To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas, and welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents to custom design their approach to parenting based on their child's natal chart. For more information about how you can work with me, please visit my website at brandycahn.com. So today we have a special show lined up for you. Due to the passing of Pope Francis yesterday, I will be sharing some interesting insights about his natal chart with you. And believe it or not, there's a placement that he shares with Donald Trump. I'll tell you all about it, so hang around for that. And I will also go through this week's transits. We do have a really volatile, combustible transit coming up toward the end of the week, so make sure you stick around for that. You're going to want to know all about it. All right, so let's talk about Pope Francis, okay? So Pope Francis transitioned to the spirit world yesterday morning after suffering from a stroke and then heart failure. Okay, and this was only hours after giving the traditional Easter blessing from the balcony of St. Peter's Square. His final words were, "Thank you." And they were spoken to his longtime nurse. And they reflect the humility that really defined his papacy. So he was born on December 17th in 1936 in Buenos Aires, which would put his sun in the fire sign of Sagittarius. And that's very fitting because Sagittarius is associated with the search for truth, meaning, faith, optimism, and philosophy. And Pope Francis held a master's degree in philosophy. Now, growing up, he was the oldest of five. His father was an accountant, his mother was a housewife, and he grew up in a lower middle class neighborhood. As the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, he was committed to social justice and serving the disenfranchised. He took public transportation to visit the poor each Holy Thursday. He also went to jails, he went to hospitals and retirement homes to wash the feet of the people who were in those facilities. And as Archbishop, he lived in a small apartment. He dressed very simply and he cooked his own meals. Now, the next part that I'm going to share with you really lets you know the type of man that he was. And this was my favorite thing to learn about him. When Pope John Paul passed on April 2nd in 2005, Pope Francis, who was a cardinal at that time, participated in the conclave that came together to pick the next pope. He was the runner-up to Cardinal Ratzinger, and the voting would have continued until there was a clear majority. But he made an emotional plea to his colleagues to vote for Ratzinger so that they could bring the conclave to a conclusion. And after that, Cardinal Ratzinger became Pope Benedict XVI. Now, if you really think about that, Pope Francis was definitely, because of that action, not someone who was looking for a position of power. He was someone who was very selfless and he was self-sacrificing. And I think that's the thing that I really love about him the most. After Pope Benedict resigned in 2013, Pope Francis was elected to the position of Pope. And from the beginning, it was very obvious that he was going to be different. When he was presented as Pope to the crowd, he chose not to wear the elaborate red robe and the gold cross that past popes had worn. Instead, he wore a white simple garment with his iron cross that he had worn for years. And as Pope, he chose not to live in the luxurious papal apartments of the Apostolic Palace. Instead, he lived in the Vatican guest house. And his tenure was marked by progressive movement on issues such as social justice, climate change. He also criticized capitalism and consumerism. He was supportive of refugees and immigrants. He advocated for better outreach to the LGBTQ communities and the decriminalization of homosexuality. And when we take a look at his natal chart, it's obvious that he was going to be a powerful change agent. He was going to be a maverick as Pope. And this is because the planet Uranus is super, super strong in his chart. And that's because it's conjunct his midheaven up at the top of the chart. It's in his 10th house, but conjunct the midheaven, which strengthens it even more. Now, when we talk about Uranus and astrology, at the highest level, Uranus is about change. Uranus is about breakthroughs, reform, brilliance. At the lowest levels, Uranus is all about chaos, breakdowns, unpredictability, and erratic behavior. So President Trump, like Pope Francis, also has Uranus in his 10th house. The 10th house is the house of career and public reputation and public visibility. And we can see with the two, both men, I think, harness and work with the energy of Uranus in the 10th in different ways. And that's what astrology is all about. You have the potential to live at the highest expression of your chart, or you could live from a lower expression. And it's all about what you choose to do. And what we see with Pope Francis and Uranus in the 10th house, he really wanted to use that energy to bring some type of positive and progressive change to his position. Now, Pope Francis also has, his moon is in the sign of Aquarius. Aquarius is an air sign, and Uranus is the modern ruler of Aquarius. And that really emphasizes the quality that he had of being a progressive reformer. And on top of that, Pope Francis had Mercury and Jupiter. They're in the sign of Capricorn. Now, Capricorn is an earth sign. Capricorn is very traditional. Capricorn does not want to veer from the norm. They don't want to really, break the mold. They want to continue in the path of tradition. Well, since Pope Francis had Mercury and Jupiter in Capricorn, why did he tend to be so progressive? And this is because Uranus, up at the top of his chart, made a successful aspect, an easy aspect to that Mercury and Jupiter. So the energy of Uranus was used by Mercury and Jupiter in a very supportive way. So even though there was a part of Pope Francis that was probably fairly traditional, fairly conservative, there was also another energy with Uranus there working with that Mercury that kind of took him towards change and reform. Pope Francis also had Mars in the sign of Libra, which made him a fighter, a warrior for equal rights, for fairness, diplomacy. And we saw this in his call for Israel and Palestine to come together in a two-state solution. He had Venus in the sign of Aquarius, which gave him a deep love for all people, no matter where they came from, even the lowest or people that were considered the lowest among us in society. And Neptune in his second house of money and values gave Pope Francis a deep sense of empathy, compassion, love, along with values that really prioritized spiritual and divine alignment. Pope Francis will be missed by many, but hopefully, his humility, his progressive vision, his unwavering faith will continue to inspire and guide future generations. So that's exactly what I wanted to share with you about this wonderful man who left this world yesterday. His natal chart just really reflects the way that he lived his life. Now, when we're moving to our transits for this week, we're going to talk about some things that are coming up that I really want you to be aware of, because awareness is your superpower. And when you're aware, you know how to use the energy that's at your disposal. So on Wednesday, April 23rd, which would be tomorrow, we will have the sun at 3 degrees of Taurus, squaring Pluto at 3 degrees of Aquarius. Now with this aspect, there will be tension, okay? You might feel like you don't really have the desire for diplomacy or compromise when it comes to your own personal goals or desires. So on this day, which is tomorrow, it's going to be really easy for you to realize the dynamics that have been hidden beneath the surface in your relationships, especially when it comes to control and manipulation. Maybe all of a sudden you realize that someone's actually manipulating you, or they've been manipulating you, or they've been trying to control you in some way. And you may feel like, I'm absolutely not going to put up with this anymore. I'm going to call it out. And if you feel that way, that's totally okay. But I want you to do it in a very non-confrontational way that allows you to stand your ground firmly. And you will not only be aware of other people's dynamics and their hidden intentions, but you might also realize that it's actually you who uses tactics of manipulation when dealing with other people. And if you realize that about yourself, take a moment and give yourself a pat on the back for having a moment of deep self-awareness, and use it as an opportunity to shift to a healthier approach. You might also become aware of how your inner psychology works against you. If you have the habit of thinking negative thoughts or holding negative beliefs about yourself or talking to yourself in really disempowering ways, you might become aware of that tomorrow. And again, if so, use it as an opportunity to shift to a healthier approach. Now, the spiritual message for tomorrow is use empowerment to strengthen the self in an authentic way, not at the cost of anyone else. On Thursday, April 22nd, we will have Venus conjunct the North Node at 26 degrees of Pisces. Now, this aspect might make you feel drawn to incorporate the qualities of Venus into your purpose and into your life mission. And you might be really focused on how your relationships with others add to the joy and the happiness that you have in your life. You might also on this day have a deep desire to really feel loved, appreciated, and valued and connected to others. You might also notice that you have, or you're experiencing or feeling or perceiving a driving force to really experience the best in life when it comes to abundance and when it comes to having beautiful things in your environment, like beautiful works of art, beautiful, nice furniture, beautiful music, all of these types of experiences. And it will be an absolutely fabulous day for clarifying your life values. So if I were to ask each of you, what are your top 5 values? Could you tell me? If not, I want you to use Thursday as the day to really discover what those are for you. Because if you don't know what you stand for, you will fall for anything. This aspect is also great for manifesting with the law of attraction and bringing more love and more beauty into your life. Because what you focus on is what will expand. Also on Thursday, April 24th, Venus will conjunct Saturn at 27 degrees of Pisces. Now, as you're already feeling the heightened energy around your relationships, your finances, and your values on Thursday, because remember, we're also going to have Venus conjunct the North Node. And when we have a planet that's conjunct the North Node, it really strengthens its expression and the energy of it. So there's going to be a lot of heightened energy on Thursday when it comes to our relationships, finances, and our values. But you're also going to have the helpful energy of Saturn that's going to give you a grounded sense of reality. Saturn always adds a dose of reality to the mix, no matter, what happens or what's going on. So Saturn can be there to make things really real for you, even if sometimes it's a painful realization. So on this day, on Thursday, you might see people for what they really bring into your life. So you might have the realization that, I'm not sure if this person is bringing something good into my life or this interaction is bringing anything helpful into my world. You will also see your financial habits for how they help or hinder you. And you may also realize if the way that you've been living your life is in accordance with your values. So because of Venus conjunct Saturn, because Saturn is adding this grounded energy to Venus and relationships and finances, you might feel drawn to go the distance with the relationship. You might feel like, oh yeah, this person really adds value to my life and brings joy and happiness. I'm going to take this relationship to a deeper level of commitment. Or it could be that you realize that a friendship actually doesn't help you to align with your values. And one of the laws of the mind is that we always go toward what's familiar. So if it feels familiar for you to be in relationship dynamics where there is some level of dysfunction or toxicity, Thursday is the day where you can give yourself permission to release this pattern, to release the need for that to be familiar for you, and to decide on, I'm going to make healthy relationships familiar to me. I don't want to be familiar with unhealthy relationships and dysfunction. So Thursday is the day where you can make that decision and use the energy of the universe to really step into the power of that decision. This could also be a day when you sign yourself up or you sign your child up for music lessons, or you might be signing up to go to cosmetology school, or it can even be the day when you and your spouse are making a commitment toward marriage counseling and working with a counselor to make your marriage stronger. So welcome the realizations that Saturn gives to you and realize, with the energy of Saturn, it's only there to help. On Saturday, April 26th, we will have Mars at 3 degrees of Leo, opposing Pluto at 3 degrees of Aquarius. And this is the tricky aspect of the week. This one is a kicker. And the energy of Mars opposite Pluto can be explosive if you are not careful. The energy is going to be really high, very elevated. And as a matter of fact, this is the same aspect that we had in play when we had the terrorist attack in New Orleans on January 1st, earlier this year. So with this energy, it's going to feel like you've got a strong team of Mustangs that are leading you across a vast prairie at full speed. And you've got to control these Mustangs, because if you don't, they're going to take you straight over the cliff. And it will be the same for this Mars-Pluto energy. Things might feel really volatile. They might feel combustible and just really agitated. You might also notice that you or others are feeling particularly disagreeable. Okay, this is going to be on Saturday, but I want you to start watching out for this right now. Right now, you're going to begin feeling this right about now as this is coming into effect. So if you're feeling particularly disagreeable, I want you to remember the importance of emotional regulation. You have free will, and you get to decide how you will use this energy. So the highest potential of this aspect is, that it can make you so focused and so energized about something that you want to do or something that you are super passionate about. That's the highest end of it. But the lowest potential can manifest in aggressive behavior, an explosive behavior, conflict, fighting, arguing, yelling, or an individual going against a group in a very aggressive way. So the spiritual message for Saturday with this transit is that anger can be constructive if it's used with reason and purpose. And finally, rounding out the week on Sunday, April 27th, we will have a new moon at 7 degrees of Taurus. And new moons are all about new beginnings. So we've got this new beginning that's coming in the very sensual sign of Taurus. Taurus has a psychological need for stability, predictability, security, and comfort. And this new moon comes right after the intense flood of energy with Mars Pluto that might have been destabilizing for you. So because of that, you might be feeling the need for a new approach that gives you more of a sense of safety, stability, and security. And you may really feel the need to plant yourself in a situation that's not constantly shifting. So this new moon in Taurus is ruled by Venus, which will be conjunct Saturn. So to me, this also feels as if there's a strong financial or economic need to reset. And this might be because of recent changes in the world's economy. You may be feeling this, your family may be feeling this, and you may decide to take action to ensure the financial health of you and your family. This could also be a new beginning for diplomatic relationships between certain countries and personal relationships in your life. So those are the transits for this week. Remember, the planets guide us. We get the final decision with how we use the energy. So set your intention to use this magnificent energy in beautiful ways. And I'll see you here next week. Have a great week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you had a lovely Easter, whatever you did, spending it with family and friends. And I'm sure there's plenty of people around the world that have got a hangover from too much chocolate and sweet stuff and sort of indulging in things that they don't normally do. But look, Easter comes once a year, and I think it's a time for all of us to celebrate in our own sort of way. I'm not a big fan of chocolate. I had a little bit, but, you know, it's spending time with family and friends, I think, is the most important important thing. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Knight of Swords. Now, look, this is one of those sort of ambiguous sort of cards that people sort of say to me, I don't understand the knights and pages in the tarot deck. Now, look, let's just clear that up once and for all. The knight or a page is a young person up to the age of 25. Now, knights to me are males, pages are females because they wear dresses. So we've got the Knight of Wands this week, which is a young man up to the age of 25. The secondary meaning is speedy news or situation, something coming to an end, speedy situation or a finish. You can see he's charging off on his horse, he's going into battle, he's ready to do everything, he's ready to get everything happening very, very fast. Now, I want to clear up another little myth too. It doesn't matter what age your children are, they can be 2 or 92. To you, they're always your children. And in a tarot reading, they will always come out as a page or a knight, depending on their sex, of course. And it's not an insult to your children that might be well over 25. It's just that you're their parent and you always see them as children. So we always see them in the tarot reading as being a page or a knight. Even both my own children find that a little bit insulting because they're both over 25. But that's the way it is, and that's the way I've taught over these years. If this card was to come out in a reading, it's indicating to you that things are changing. Things are going to move. Things are going to become a lot easier than what they were. So don't sort of look at it as being sort of a negative. Look at it as being very much a positive. Now, it's a really, really exciting, interesting time of the year now. I mean, each week as we look into the stars and we look at the astrology and see what's going on around this amazing planet of ours, we do go through cycles. And, there's 12 cycles in a year known as the sun cycle. And this is when what most people associate with their astrology sign is their sun sign. It's the time of the year that they were born, and it's whatever sign they were born under. Well, I'm pleased to say that the sun has moved out of Aries and moved into Taurus, so happy birthday to all the Tauruses. And it's a really exciting time of the year because we've gone through the movement and the fastness of the Aries, sort of the beginning of the zodiac new year, and everything was fresh and new and energized and sort of full steam ahead. And it's now sort of like we can calm down a little bit. We can catch our breath. Things have gone into Taurus where it slows down just marginally, says time to catch your breath, start to look at finances, start to look at money, start to look at, the things that are important that make our world go round. And I mean, without money and keeping an eye on our budget and all those sort of things, and that doesn't matter what star sign you are, we all have to take care of our money and look after our budget. Well, this is that time of the year where we start to sort of delve into things. We've, got most of the holidays out of the road for the time being. We can now start to sort of sit down and really focus on a budget for the remainder of 2025 and start heading, I suppose, putting some savings away for special events and Christmas and things like that that'll come up later in the year. So this is a really good time to start that budgeting thing. So again, happy birthday to all the Tauruses. So the sun is in Taurus. It will be there for a little bit longer now. It's only just gone in. It's only at 2 degrees and we have a 30-degree cycle. So that's not necessarily 30 days. It's somewhere between 16 and 26 is the reasons why the sun moves at a varying pace through the different months. And this is why it might be a perfect time to bring up one of the number one questions I get asked besides love is I'm on the cusp. There is no such thing as being on the cusp in astrology. A cusp line is like a cut line. It's, if I give you a pie and I ask you to divide it into 12 pieces, you cut it into 12 pieces. Those pieces that you've cut, or that cut line, doesn't mean that you can have a piece of my pie or I can have a piece of your pie that's sitting next to it. It means, well, this is your whole piece and this is my whole piece. Well, the same is said for astrology. You're either one sign or the other. Where it comes in, where people write it up as being on the cusp, is because the sun goes in as early as the 16th of the month and it comes out as late as the 26th. Rather than sort of saying you're definitely one sign or the other, they say, oh, you're on the cusp. No, you're not. This day and age, there's plenty of astrology apps and everything out there that you can punch in your date of birth and your time and place if you know it, and it will give you an accurate which sun sign that you are. There is no question about it. You are one sign or the other. So you can't be both. And, that's an interesting thing. And I've had many people argue with me and say, no, I'm definitely on the cusp. Well, there is no such thing. And that's why I use the example of cutting a pie into 12. The cut line is, that's your piece, that's my piece. It's the same in astrology. So we're going to move through what's actually happening. We've got a plethora of planets sitting together at the moment, which is known as a conjunction, and that means that they're all holding hands or sitting together within a 7-degree angle. So it's interesting because this plethora of planets is going to go across 2 zodiac signs. So it doesn't water it down in any way. It just means the energy that I'm going to be speaking about for the first series of planets will be in Pisces. Then I will tell you when it moves into Aries in this description. So the first part of the plethora of planets we've got is the North Node. Now, the North Node, the Moon's North Node, is not actually a planet. It's a part of astrology that is very important because it shows each and every one of us the way forward. It's what we're aspiring to. It's what we need to be trying to achieve in our life. So at the moment, the North Node is sitting in Pisces. Now, this will affect predominantly water signs. So we're talking about Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, the opposite sign of Virgo, but it is washing over all the other remaining 8 signs. So the North Node is trying to show us the way forward. He's trying to share with us that we need to be aspiring to be better people, that we need to sort of stop, look and listen, be kind to the people that are around us, try and, do something creative, or be creative in the way that we find solutions to problems. Not everything is black or white. There's many different versions of how we can get to the end result, and it's what's the best result for everybody. It's not asking us to be selfish. It's saying, yes, put your needs first and then swing it around and say, well, how does this affect everybody else in the equation? Am I being fair to them? Am I sort of being inclusive in this? If the answer is yes, then proceed forward. Now, this is going to probably affect a lot of things that are connected with either things that we love to do or things that give us pleasure in our lives, because the North Node is actually conjunct or holding hands Venus, the planet of love and affection. Now, this isn't always where we look for new relationships in a chart. It isn't always where we look for the love of our life. It can be the things that give us pleasure. We're not always on the hunt for a new relationship, but on a day-to-day basis, we work with or we deal with things that put a smile on our face. Whether that's music or having a phone conversation or spending some time on the internet or watching a movie, whatever the case may be. So I like to look at Venus as being more the things that put a smile on our face. So this may very well be that it's showing us the way forward, that we can be more inclusive with family members and friends and put a smile on somebody's face that maybe might be having a rough patch or not feeling well or had some changes in their lives. It's our opportunity to do something kind, to do something nice. Now, Venus is also conjunct Saturn, the planet of discipline. Now, in the old teachings of astrology, Saturn was like the father figure, the disciplinarian. This day and age, where women are so much stronger and have a bigger role in society, I don't think Saturn necessarily takes on that role. It can be male or female. It's just somebody in authority, somebody we look up to, somebody we respect, and we're sort of going to them for some sort of advice or maybe asking them for the way to stabilise things, or have you got some suggestions at how we can improve things, because we're all trying to improve this collective bigger picture, with the North Node trying to show us to be kinder, nicer, sweeter sort of people, but also, with a bit of backbone as well, sort of, and bringing in some creative new solutions or some different ways to problem solve the things that have been going on in our lives or, are heading up in our lives that we need to be very aware of. Now, the next part of the conjunction or the stellium of planets or the plethora of planets, stellium means 3, we've got 5 here, is the Aries component. So Neptune has just gone into Aries, but Neptune is also conjunct or holding hands Saturn. Now, Neptune is the planet of affectionately known as illusion or delusion, but it's also where our creativity comes from. It's also asking us to look at things in maybe a different light. Neptune gets a lot of bad rap. It's sort of, we're walking through the Neptunian fog and we've got to come out the other end. We haven't got there yet. Well, that's okay. We can walk around in a fog. Sometimes that's where our best creativity comes from, is because we're allowing our mind and our body and our soul to just take us wherever it needs to. And this is where some fresh, innovative new ideas can come from. So with it being in the Aries energy, it's asking us to sort of go into ourselves first, me first, me first, me first. And by doing that and looking at where the creative side of us takes us, then we can swing it back around to how do I include you? But we need to look at it from a very selfish me first, a very Aries perspective first, and then we'll understand how to share it. So that's really important. So if you've been caught a little bit daydreaming lately and you're not necessarily a fire sign, but you could be any other sign, but it is predominantly affecting fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, then, not so much make an excuse, but tell them that, hang on a minute, I'm working on something really important. I'll get back to you in 5 minutes. I really need this time to finish my little creative journey, because there might be some answers in there that may help you. So Neptune is also conjunct the planet Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication. So it's really important that we communicate clearly. And sometimes, when Mercury's sitting in a fire sign, it can come across a little bit abrupt or a little bit abrasive. It's usually because that person is deep in thought, or they're working on something and you've actually interrupted their train of thought or asked them something and they were so focused on the other that they snap or bite your head off, and you sort of think, oh, well, that wasn't the reaction I was looking for. So just sort of make a few allowances for that. It doesn't really matter what your star sign is. Anything that I've just spoken about with this plethora of planets can affect each and every one of us, but it is affecting those signs more predominantly. It sort of washes away and becomes a lot more gentle with the remaining 8 signs. Now, also some big news this week. We've got Mars, the planet of action, has just moved into Leo. So this is really exciting for fire signs. They may be finding that they're having trouble sleeping. I know I have been a little bit, and I'm a fire sign. And I've been putting it down to that I've just got so much going through my mind. And when today, before the show, when I looked at, oh, hang on a minute, Mars has just moved into Leo, that explains everything, that it's sort of like the energy is starting to ramp up. And it's not so much that maybe you're not sleeping as deeply. It's like you're already starting the day's events or things that you need to achieve already in your sleep. It's like you're getting everything sort of ready. You're having the dress rehearsal so that when you actually get up and get going for the day, you've got a plan. It's automatic. It's just bang, 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 let's go. So that's really interesting. Mars will be there for a little while yet. So enjoy the time with Mars in Leo, because Mars really feels quite comfortable in Leo because it's a planet of action and Leo likes to get things done too. So it's a really nice, positive time. But let's just err on the side of caution with all this amazing energy of Mars in Leo. It is absolutely fantastic, don't get me wrong. And it is affecting the fire signs, which is Leo, Sagittarius and Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. But it brings me to the next part of just a gentle warning here, because Mars is actually opposite or opposing Pluto in Aquarius. Now, this is like a seesaw effect. It's like a push-pull situation. Now, we haven't spoken that much about Pluto and Aquarius because you're going to be there for such a long time. I don't want to bore everybody week after week talking about this. But Pluto is the planet of transformation, slow, deliberate, definite, and it takes a long time to go through a sign, roughly about 40 years, and he's only just started his journey. So the interesting part here for me is the fact that if you are a Leo, and you are trying to make changes in the world and you're sort of going out there and you're thrusting yourself into the public eye, or you're sort of, you're a big fish in a little pond in your own world, be very, very, very careful, because with the opposition here with Pluto in Aquarius, it's saying, yeah, you can go out there and you can spruik everything that you like and you can believe that you're right. You can believe that you're doing it for the betterment of man or your local community or your family or whatever. But what's the motive behind it? Make sure that it's very clear, it's very honourable, and it's going to benefit everybody. It's not just about you blowing your own trumpet and being important and being in the limelight for 5 minutes. Make sure that there is an after effect, that it will be beneficial, that it will sort of carry on long after you maybe have lost interest in it, that this is going to be something that's going to have a flow-on effect. Now, this could be affecting anybody that's a Leo and anybody that has got something in Aquarius or is an Aquarian, so they need to be careful, but it is affecting the whole 12 signs. But what I'm suggesting here is if you are a Leo, be very, very careful of the way that you're approaching things, that you're not coming on too strong, that whatever you're trying to bring in or whatever you're trying to share with people has a bigger effect. It's not just about you personally, me, myself and I'm so important. It's about what effect are you having on the bigger picture or the other family members or your work colleagues or your, the people in your friend circle or whatever the case may be. You might be a leader of a community group, how does this affect the rest of the group? Not just you blowing your own trumpet and saying, look at me, aren't I important, aren't I amazing, and I'm going to come in here and tip everything upside down and put my own stamp on it just because I can. It's that sort of attitude that we have to be very, very careful of. So, it is a warning. It's not something to sort of say, oh, well, everybody's going to be behaving like that. There can be some amazing breakthroughs with Mars and Leo here opposing Pluto. It can be sort of showing us that there's a completely different way of approaching things that we've never thought of before. The light bulb moment, oh, wow, that's exciting, that's really interesting, and a lot of people want to get on board and get behind it, and then we can create some amazing change in our local communities for the better. So, there's always a positive and a negative with everything in astrology, and I try and focus on the positive because I'm a positive person, but we also have to be aware of the downside so that we can avoid that as well. Finally, I want to wrap up the astrology section with Uranus still sitting in Taurus. Look, I know I've been talking about this for a long time, but there's still a lot of Taurians that are not taking notice of Uranus being in there. Uranus is like the bolt of lightning. Things can happen out of nowhere. Be very, very careful what you wish for. Be very, very careful what you verbalize. Don't sit there and say, I hate my job, because the universe will listen and they'll take it away from you. If you're not happy with your job, say, look, I'm not having a good day, or, stamp your feet, throw a tantrum, whatever, and get over it and say, okay, tomorrow will be a better day, and I'll maybe start looking for another job. Phrase it in a more positive way. Don't just sit there and start, verbal diarrhea, as I call it, and then turn around and complain when the universe was listening and gave you what you said. Be very, very careful. There is changes coming, and it's working in a way that if you're working with the energy of Uranus, it won't be a shock. If you're ignoring the warning signs or the things that need to change or the things that you need to maybe modify or look at differently in your life, then Uranus will come along like the bolt of lightning and say, I've had enough of this nonsense, bang, this is the change. And sometimes it comes about in not a pleasant way. People could have something happen in their lives that isn't pleasant that makes them change course that they wouldn't have done if that event hadn't happened. So if you are a Taurus or an earth sign, be aware of this. This energy is still quite strong. It's starting to build momentum again. So we're talking about Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology. We're going to talk with Laurie in Shawnee in Oklahoma. Are you there, Laurie?
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Hi, Laurie. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm 45 today.
Well, that's good. I hope you get spoiled today. How can I help you? Do you have a question I can answer for you, Laurie?
Yeah, well, I have. I want to know about a relationship, and then I want to know about my finances, if they're going to get any better. The relationship I'm in, do I need to end it?
Okay. Do you mind sharing with me the person's first initial of the person you're in the relationship with? So I don't need you to tell me their name because we don't want the rest of the world to necessarily know, but just their first initial would be great.
T. The letter T.
Letter T, okay. All right, really, really interesting, because what I'm picking up around this person, it's like a stop-start situation. It's like I take 3 steps forwards and 2 steps backwards, and it's like, my goodness, can't we ever get on a roll here? Can't we get something sort of moving? Do they have trouble communicating how they feel? Because that's what I feel. It's like they go to say something, rehearse it in their head, and then it's sort of they say nothing or very little comes out.
Yeah, I'm totally silent.
Yeah, and that's really frustrating. It's like, well, hang on a minute. I can try and put the words into your mouth. You just nod occasionally, yes or no if I'm on the right path. But that's not necessarily appropriate. That's how I
it's exasperating.
I have a dreadful sense of humour like that. If somebody doesn't want to answer me, then I'll have to sort of take control of it in some sort of way. Look, I know deep down this person loves you, and I don't feel anything untoward there. It's just that they are literally frozen in fear when it comes to talking about their emotions. They probably even have trouble telling you what they want for breakfast, let alone anything more important past that point. And it's interesting to see, how did they get this far in their life if they're not a good communicator? Well, I suppose they might might have to sort of step up to the plate and answer a question, particularly if it's related to work. But a lot of times you find in situations like this, Laurie, they're quite capable and quite comfortable doing that at work or whatever the situation may be, because they've been trained to do so.
Right.
You know, they're following a set of steps or guidelines or training or whatever, but nobody gave them the training manual to love and relationships or how to communicate with my partner. And that's the problem. And it usually stems way back to childhood.
I've been thinking there was something else going on.
Yeah. But look, I can certainly assure you the person's very faithful. I'm not picking anything up like that. They just don't know how to put it into words, how they feel. And I think sometimes too, they're even shy on showing you how they feel. So, you know, if you're not happy with the way things are, then you've got to ask yourself, how long is the piece of string? How long is my patience going to be? Can I live with this for the rest of, you know, my life?
Yeah.
If the answer is no, then you've got to be the one to make some choices and decisions for you. Now, let's move on to your finances, because I only have a very limited amount of time to spend with you.
Great.
And it's interesting because they're showing me by the end of May, things seem to start turning a corner, Laurie, in as much as, I'm not saying you've got a bank account full of money, but things are certainly becoming easier. You're starting to see that, with doing this or doing that, I'm starting to see changes or improvements with my finances. By the end of this year, you're going to feel as if you're well and truly back in the driver's seat, that you've turned a corner and you can start to really see the progress that's being made. But I'm going to say to you, it is going to take a lot of effort. It's going to be every time you go to spend money, you have to stop, look and listen and ask yourself, is this absolutely necessary? Do I have to spend this amount of money, or can I put it to one side or put it on something else? And by doing that, you'll start to realise then not so much that you were wasting money, but you'll start to realise where your money is actually going on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And it will make it a lot easier then to try and control or, you know, change the direction of how I'm making the money work for me. The other thing that they were showing me by August was that there was actually an increase in money coming in. So is that you're expecting maybe a promotion at work, or is there some sort of pay rise or something that could come about around then?
An inheritance.
Is that what it is?
An inheritance.
But I want that to be yours. I don't want your section of it to be shared with anybody. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
All right. Okay, sweetie, that's where I've got to leave it. Unfortunately, happy birthday again, Laurie. It's I've only got a limited time, as I said on the show. We're going to talk with Tammy in Munis in Indiana. Are you there, Tammy? And I'm sure I probably pronounced that wrong. Are you there, Tammy?
She can't do anything about it.
Tammy, are you there, sweetie?
Hello?
Hello, Tammy. Hi, Tammy. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I just basically want to know, like, I'm going through a situation right now with my landlord, and I'm trying to see if what the outcome is going to be. Like, let me rephrase that. Do you see my life getting any better after the move that I'm going to have?
So is the move taking place in the next month?
Yeah, hopefully. I hope so.
Yeah. Okay, because I could see a change of residence in the next month. And to me, after that, once we sort of get unpacked and a bit sorted out, everything seems to be going much more smoothly than what it's done in the past. But this is you, yourself and I that's got to make this happen. You've got to be the one to sort of make sure that everything's where it should be, that, you know, any leasing agreements or whatever are in place, that you've triple checked everything, that everything's going, you know, is correct and above board the way that it should be. I know that you've had a rough patch, and it's not just been a couple of months. It seems to be what they're showing me on a timeline here of about 18 months, Tammy, where things have seemed to have gone backwards, upside down, every other way except forward. Well, I'm pleased to say that that's starting to change with the move of residents. Things will start to go forward. Again, you will start to regain the control of your finances again too, which is a good thing, because finances have been all over the shop as well. And we need to be able to sort of get things moving again in your life. It's interesting because I didn't feel that this place that you're moving to was your first choice. Was it your second or third choice? It wasn't necessarily, that's where I want to be.
Basically, yeah. I mean, because I don't really see anything else.
I'm going to say
there's this one place
choice.
that I really want to.
It may not have been your first choice, sweetie. It actually ends up being the right place for you for where you're meant to be. Sometimes the universe has a master plan that we don't necessarily tap into or completely understand, and we sort of think, oh, that's not really what I wanted. And after we get there and put it into place and we look back and we think, oh, that really worked out well, I wouldn't have thought that, so sometimes we've just got to go with the flow, even though it may not be our first choice. But I can certainly assure you, by the second half of this year, you're sort of really starting to feel back to your old self. You've got plenty of energy, you're happy, you're settled, and you're sort of really sort of embracing life. Is there some new study that you're looking to take on board this year? Work related?
No, I'm just wanting to make more. I just want my, my life to be more successful when it comes to like my financial status. Do you see that getting better?
I do, but I also see some sort of further study or training or something coming up after August, which will then set you up for even more success financially heading into 26, 27. Okay, Tammy, that's where we've got to leave it. I wish you well with the move, and I know that, it may not have been your first choice, but it's going to end up being the best direction that the universe is taking you in. And it was lovely to talk with the ladies today. Like, everybody has different ideas of where their life should be going or what they're expecting or what they need to bring about. And sometimes, as I said, the universe has the master plan and we just have to be patient and go along with it. It's not always about, our first choice is the right choice. It's what got us on the path to sort of looking at other opportunities, and then the universe can sort of guide us to where we need to go. I do firmly believe that our lives are mapped out for us. Where we get our free will is we get to the corner and we can say, I can go right or left. But we intuitively usually go the way that we're meant to go anyway. It's what, the universe has mapped out for us. They show us, they guide us, and then ultimately it's our decision. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's been going through my mind all week, and it's a really beautiful old song, and I know we lost this gentleman that sang this song probably about 12 months ago now. I'm not quite sure. I didn't look that part up, but this song's been going through my mind all week, and it's been, it's popped up on things that I wouldn't expect. And it's If You Could Read My Mind by Gordon Lightfoot. And I think it was one of the most beautiful songs that was ever written. It was a love song, and it was talking, about him, how the romance ended. But it's a beautiful song with very, very powerful words. And I think many times in my life I've thought to myself, gee, I wish I could read your mind. I'd know what was going on. And I mean, none of us really have that skill, but it's just a beautiful song with beautiful lyrics. And he was a beautiful, talented man who really just went through life sort of not really blowing his own trumpet. And I think that was the sad part, that not that many people got to know of his amazing talent and his amazing voice. Anyway, until next week, check out Gordon Lightfoot and If You Could Read My Mind.